The cave that hides reality. Imagine a dark cave, deep underground, where people have lived their whole lives, chained in place. They can only look forward, unable to turn their heads or see anything behind them. On the wall in front of them, shadows dance, flickering light shapes cast by a fire behind. These shadows are all they know. They believe these shadows are the real world. This ancient story comes from the philosopher Plato. He called it the allegory of the cave. It's a powerful way to think about reality and knowledge. The shadows inside the cave represent the illusions we often accept as truth. The cave itself is like the limited view we have, trapped by our senses, habits, and beliefs. One prisoner is freed. At first, the light hurts his eyes. It's painful to leave behind the familiar shadows. Slowly, he steps outside the cave. He sees the sun, trees, and the vast world in full color and form. This new reality is dazzling, but at first, it's hard to understand. The prisoner realizes that the shadows were only faint reflections of real things. This story teaches us about awareness and enlightenment. It suggests that many people live in a limited reality, like the prisoners in the cave. We might believe what we see and hear without questioning. But true knowledge comes when we look beyond those shadows and seek the deeper truth. The journey out of the cave is also a metaphor for learning and growth. It shows how difficult it can be to change our understanding of the world. New ideas can challenge our old beliefs, but moving towards the light, towards truth, helps us grow wiser. When the freed prisoner returns to the cave to share what he has learned, the others do not believe him. They cling to their shadows because they are comfortable and familiar. This part of the story reminds us that new truths can be met with resistance. In our lives, the cave invites us to question what we accept as real. Are we seeing the world clearly, or are we watching shadows on the wall? By seeking knowledge and open-mindedness, we can step out of our own caves. We can discover a reality richer and deeper than the shadows we once mistook for truth. The golden path between extremes. In life, we often find ourselves pulled between opposing forces. On one side, there is excess. Too much of something can overwhelm us, leading to imbalance and discomfort. On the other side, there is deficiency. Too little can leave us unfulfilled or inadequate. The wisdom of many philosophical traditions points to a middle way, a balanced path where extremes are avoided and harmony is found. This is the golden path between extremes. This idea can be traced back to ancient philosophy, notably Aristotle's concept of the golden mean. Aristotle teaches us that virtue lies not in excess or deficiency, but in finding the moderate course of action. Courage, for example, is the mean between recklessness and cowardice. Generosity balances between wastefulness and stinginess. In this view, moral excellence is achieved by steering a steady course between too much and too little. The golden path is not just about morality. It extends to everyday living as well. Consider how we approach our habits and desires. Eating too much leads to discomfort. Eating too little leads to weakness. Sleeping too much makes us groggy. Too little makes us tired. When we find a balanced routine, we enhance our health, productivity, and well-being. This principle encourages mindfulness, being aware of our tendencies and adjusting them to maintain equilibrium. In modern psychology, this concept remains relevant. Mental health thrives on balance. Extreme emotions like constant anxiety or neglectful apathy disrupt peace of mind. Emotional resilience grows when we accept feelings without being overwhelmed or suppressing them. The golden path invites us to experience life fully, but without tipping into harmful extremes. Living between extremes also cultivates wisdom. When we avoid rigid thinking or drastic behaviors, we become more adaptable. Flexibility allows us to respond effectively to life's challenges. It opens the door to deeper understanding and compassion, because we recognize complexity rather than cling to black and white views. Ultimately, the golden path between extremes calls us to harmony. In a world often marked by chaos and conflict, seeking balance is a quiet form of strength. It steadies the mind, soothes the heart, and clarifies our purpose. By walking this middle way, we create a life that is not perfect, but steady, peaceful, and deeply satisfying. The mind that thinks itself alive. What does it mean to think of your mind as alive? Many of us feel consciousness as something vibrant, a spark within that senses, imagines, and reflects. But is that spark truly alive? Or is it simply the result of countless brain processes? The mind that thinks itself alive is both a mystery and a marvel, inviting us to explore the nature of our own awareness. At first glance, the mind seems like a living thing because it experiences. It dreams, it feels, it remembers. These activities make our inner world rich and dynamic. When you say, "I am thinking," there's a sense of presence. You are aware of your thoughts as they unfold. This awareness creates an illusion, the feeling that the mind has its own life. Philosophers have long debated where this feeling comes from. Is consciousness something separate from the physical brain, or does it emerge from the brain's complex workings? Some argue that consciousness is like a river, constantly flowing, never the same at any moment. Others see it as a stage where the mind's actors perform, an ongoing show created by neurons firing in precise patterns. The idea that the mind is alive can also reflect the human need to find meaning. Life itself is often defined by growth, change, and experience. When we say the mind is alive, we may be recognizing that thought and awareness transform us, shaping how we perceive ourselves and the world. But then, what about machines? Artificial intelligence can simulate human thought. Does that mean a computer's mind is alive too? Most would say no, because machines lack subjective experience. They don't feel themselves existing. The vibrancy of a mind that thinks itself alive seems tied to this self-experience, something deeply personal and private. In the quiet moments before sleep or in meditation, we may glimpse the curious nature of our own minds. We see the mind watching itself, a mind aware of its own life. This self-awareness is perhaps the most alive thing about being human. It is not just thinking, it is thinking about thinking. It is the mind recognizing its own existence, a silent witness to the unfolding inner story. So the mind that thinks itself alive is both a question and an answer. It is the mystery of awareness, the dance of thoughts, and the profound sensation of being. It reminds us that within us there is a living presence, a mind awake to its own life. The flow of the Tao. The flow of the Tao is a timeless concept that invites us to understand life as a natural and harmonious movement. At its core, the Tao, often translated as the way, is not something we can see or touch, yet it is the underlying current that shapes everything in the universe. Imagine a river flowing effortlessly through the landscape, sometimes calm, sometimes swift, always moving forward. This river is a simple image of the Tao's flow, guiding all things without force or struggle. When we talk about the flow of the Tao, we are recognizing that life itself is a dynamic process. Just like the seasons change without resistance, and the wind follows its path naturally, the flow of the Tao encourages us to move with life rather than fight against it. It teaches us the value of yielding and softness, qualities that are often misunderstood as weakness. In reality, they hold great strength. Water is soft and gentle, yet it carves through rock over time. This is the power of the Tao's flow, a gentle persistence that overcomes obstacles without harshness. Living in harmony with the flow of the Tao means embracing simplicity and spontaneity. It is about trusting the natural rhythms that guide us. Instead of imposing our will rigidly in reality, we learn to adapt, to bend like bamboo in the wind, and to respond with calmness and clarity. This way of being opens the door to peace and wisdom. The ancient Deus sages taught that the flow of the Tao cannot be forced or controlled. Trying to grasp too tightly or resist the natural course leads to suffering and frustration. Instead, when we surrender to the flow, we find that life becomes easier and more meaningful. We align with the bigger picture and become part of something greater than ourselves. In the fast pace of modern life, the flow of the Tao reminds us to pause, breathe, and reconnect with the natural order. It encourages a mindful presence where we observe without judgment and act without striving. This way, we harmonize with the world, discovering that the path is not something we create, but something we follow. Recognizing and moving with the flow of the Tao is an invitation to experience life with grace and ease. It asks us to trust in the unfolding of events and find strength in quiet surrender. By embracing this flow, we open ourselves to a deeper understanding of existence and the subtle beauty that surrounds us every day. Seeds of the blank slate. Welcome to this exploration of the seeds of the blank slate, a concept rooted deeply in philosophy and psychology. Imagine the human mind at birth as a blank slate, an empty canvas waiting to be filled by experience. This idea, known as tabula rasa, suggests that we are not born with built-in traits or knowledge. Instead, everything we become is shaped by what we encounter in the world around us. The roots of this thought stretch back to ancient philosophy, but were most famously popularized by John Locke in the 17th century. Locke argued that the mind starts as a blank sheet, and knowledge is gained through sensory experiences. According to him, the environment and our interactions with it write onto this slate, crafting the story of who we are. But what exactly are these seeds planted on the blank slate? They are the experiences, impressions, and sensations we absorb from birth onward. Each smile, sound, and touch leaves an imprint. Over time, these imprints grow and intertwine, shaping perception, beliefs, and behavior. The blank slate doesn't remain empty for long. It is quickly transformed into a complex web of knowledge and identity. Yet, the blank slate theory has faced challenges. Some scientists and philosophers argue that certain traits or knowledge might be innate, that we come pre-equipped with some mental structures. For example, language acquisition seems to happen naturally for most children, prompting questions about how much of the slate is truly blank. This ongoing debate between nature and nurture remains central to understanding human development. Despite these challenges, the metaphor of the blank slate continues to inspire. It reminds us of our immense capacity for growth and change. The mind, like soil, can nurture diverse seeds of ideas, beliefs, and skills, depending on the care and attention it receives. This perspective encourages empathy, education, and the belief that no one is fixed or predetermined by birth. In essence, the seeds of the blank slate invites us to reflect on how experiences mold our identities, how learning shapes our view of the world, and how ultimately we hold the power to cultivate new paths from the foundation of our earliest impressions. It's a beautiful reminder of human potential, the endless possibilities that arise when the slate is clean and the seeds of life begin to grow. The quiet power of Stoicism. Welcome to today's exploration of the quiet power of Stoicism, an ancient philosophy that offers calm and strength in the face of life's challenges. Stoicism began over 2,000 years ago in ancient Greece and Rome. It teaches us how to live a good life by focusing on what we can control and accepting what we cannot. Unlike many philosophies that promise happiness through external achievements or possessions, Stoicism reminds us that true peace comes from within. At the heart of Stoicism is the idea of distinguishing between things that are in our control and things that are not. We cannot control the weather, other people's actions, or unexpected events. But We can control our thoughts, our judgments, and how we respond to what happens. This simple idea helps us stay calm and clear-headed, even when the world feels chaotic. One of the great Stoic thinkers, Epictetus, said, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." This means that our happiness does not depend on external circumstances, but on our mindset. When we learn to accept things as they are, instead of wishing they were different, we experience less frustration and stress. Stoicism also teaches the importance of living according to nature, which means living in harmony with reason and virtue. Being virtuous means acting with wisdom, courage, justice, and self-discipline. These qualities help us build inner strength and character, which can guide us through uncertainty. Another powerful Stoic practice is negative visualization. This involves imagining possible difficulties or losses before they happen. By doing this, we prepare ourselves emotionally and appreciate what we have more deeply. It might sound strange, but this practice makes us more resilient and grateful. In today's busy world, Stoicism offers a peaceful refuge. It encourages us to slow down, reflect, and focus on what truly matters. Instead of chasing endless desires or fears, Stoicism helps us find contentment and freedom by mastering our inner world. The quiet power of Stoicism lies in its simplicity and timeless wisdom. It reminds us that no matter what life throws at us, we have the strength to face it with calm, courage, and clarity. Thank you for joining this journey into Stoic thought. May you find peace and strength in these ancient teachings. The ripple of the butterfly's wings. Imagine a single butterfly gently flapping its wings in a quiet forest. At first, this seems like a small, simple act, a fluttering motion, delicate and seemingly insignificant. But this gentle motion sets off a chain of events, invisible yet powerful, that can ripple outward to affect the world in unexpected ways. This idea is known as the butterfly effect. It tells us that tiny causes can have large effects. In philosophy and science, it reminds us that every moment is connected. Just as a butterfly's wings might influence the course of a storm weeks later, our smallest actions can change the flow of our lives and those around us. At its heart, this concept speaks to the nature of cause and effect. We often think that only big, obvious causes create change, but the butterfly effect teaches us to see the unseen. It encourages mindfulness, being aware that what we do, no matter how small, matters. Each choice, each gesture, can ripple out like waves in a pond, reaching places we cannot immediately see. This ripple is also a metaphor for life's interconnectedness. Nothing exists in isolation. Like a web woven from countless threads, every person and event stands linked. Recognizing this interconnectedness brings us closer to a deeper understanding of ourselves and our place in the world. Philosophically, the butterfly effect challenges our ideas of control and prediction. If tiny actions can lead to unpredictable outcomes, can we truly control our future? Or is life a dance with both order and chaos, certainty and surprise? This insight invites humility. It reminds us that certainty is limited and openness to change is necessary. Moreover, this teaching inspires hope. Even when circumstances seem large or overwhelming, the smallest positive actions can begin to shift the tide. Like a single butterfly starting a ripple, our kindness, patience, or courage can influence others in ways we may never fully know. So, next time you feel your actions are small or unimportant, remember the butterfly's wings. In the vast web of existence, your life makes waves. Each moment holds the power to start a ripple that might one day become a storm of transformation. Time is a gentle river. Time is often imagined as a strict ruler, measuring moments in sharp ticks and talks. But what if we think of time instead as a gentle river, quietly flowing through the landscape of our lives. This simple shift in perspective opens a new way to understand the experience of time and our place within it. Like a river, time is always moving, never stopping. It carries everything along its current, from the smallest pebble to the tallest tree. We too are part of this flow, drifting along the gentle waves of past, present, and future. The river does not rush or hesitate. It moves steadily, naturally, with a calm persistence. In this way, time asks us to move with it rather than against it. When we resist time, trying to hold on to moments or rush toward what comes next, we create inner tension. But when we surrender to time's flow, we find peace. The river's water does not cling to any one place, and neither should we cling to any one moment. Each moment passes, but new moments always arrive, just as new water continuously flows downstream. This river of time also has its depths and currents. Some days the water is smooth and clear, calm and easy to navigate. Other days the river may swell or churn, carrying us through challenges or change. Yet, even in these turbulent times, the river moves forward. Its flow reminds us that change is natural and difficult moments will pass, just like the water moves beyond the rocks and bends. To live in harmony with time as a gentle river means embracing patience. It means understanding that life unfolds in its own rhythm, not always on our schedule. By becoming aware of this, we can let go of frustration and anxiety about the past or future, grounding ourselves in the present current. In essence, time's river invites us to be present, to float gently with life's unfolding, and to trust in the natural progression of all things. As we learn to flow with time, we discover a deeper contentment, a quiet knowing that, like the river, life is always moving forward, carrying us gently toward the horizon. The mirror of happiness. Welcome to today's journey into the heart of happiness, through what we will call the mirror of happiness. Imagine a mirror that reflects not just your face, but your state of happiness. What if every time you looked into this mirror, it showed you the true source of your joy? Today, we explore how happiness mirrors back to us based on what we choose to see and understand. Happiness is often thought of as something outside of us. Money, success, praise, or comfort. We chase these things hoping they will fill us with joy. But when we look into the mirror of happiness, we realize that these external things only create a temporary glow. Real happiness comes from something deeper, something inside us that doesn't depend on changing circumstances. The mirror teaches us that happiness is a reflection of our inner harmony. When our thoughts are peaceful, when kindness and gratitude fill our hearts, the mirror shows a radiant light. This light is not caused by what happens to us, but by how we perceive our experiences. It invites us to practice awareness, seeing clearly without judgment, and to accept life as it is. Philosophically, this idea is ancient. Many thinkers suggest that happiness is the alignment between our true self and our daily life. When we live authentically and with meaning, the mirror of happiness shines. When we live in conflict, chasing illusions, the reflection becomes cloudy and dark. The mirror also reminds us of impermanence. Just as our reflection changes with the light and angle, so too does our happiness ebb and flow. Recognizing this helps us not to cling to fleeting moments, but to find a steady peace beneath the surface. By looking deeply into the mirror of happiness, we discover that joy is not a destination but a journey, a way of being. It is a choice to focus on the present, to nurture compassion, and to welcome each moment fully. Each glance at the mirror is an opportunity to return home to ourselves. So next time you think of happiness as something to obtain, remember the mirror of happiness. Look within, reflect sincerely, and you will see that happiness is always there, waiting quietly in your own reflection. Thank you for joining this reflection today. May your journey be filled with light and peaceful joy. What makes a good life? What makes a good life? This question has intrigued thinkers for thousands of years. At its heart, a good life isn't about wealth or fame. Instead, it revolves around things we can all understand: relationships, purpose, and happiness. Let's explore these ideas simply and clearly. First, consider relationships. Humans are social creatures. We thrive when we connect with others. Friends, family, and community give life meaning. Studies show that having strong bonds with people improves our mental and physical health. A good life is rarely lived alone. Sharing joy and supporting each other creates lasting happiness. Next, think about purpose. Purpose means having goals or values that guide us. It doesn't have to be something grand. It could be caring for a pet, learning new skills, or helping others. Purpose gives our days direction and makes challenges easier to face. When we feel that what we do matters, life feels richer and more fulfilling. Happiness is another key ingredient. But what is happiness? It's more than just feeling good in the moment. True happiness often comes from meaning and contentment. Pleasure, like eating tasty food or watching a movie, feels good but fades quickly. Lasting happiness comes from living in line with our values and connecting with others. Philosophers across history have offered different views. Aristotle, for example, talked about eudaimonia, a Greek word often translated as flourishing or living well. He believed a good life is one of balance, where we develop our talents, make wise choices, and build strong friendships. On the other hand, some philosophers focus on simple pleasures or freedom from pain. Stoics teach that controlling our responses to what happens outside us can lead to peace. They suggest that a good life depends less on external things and more on our inner attitude. Combining these ideas, a good life might look like this: meaningful relationships, purposeful activities, and a calm, grateful mindset. It's not about being perfect or having everything. Rather, it's about appreciating what we have and growing through life's ups and downs. So, what makes a good life? It's connections, purpose, and a balanced mind. Living with these in harmony helps us find peace and happiness every day. And that is something anyone can strive for: the balance of freedom and order. Freedom and order are two fundamental forces that shape our lives and societies. They often seem to pull in opposite directions, yet both are essential for a harmonious existence. Understanding how to balance these forces is a challenge that philosophers, leaders, and individuals have faced throughout history. Freedom is the ability to act, think, and express oneself without undue restraint. It is the spirit of creativity, growth, and individuality. When people have freedom, they can explore new ideas, take risks, and pursue their own happiness. Freedom encourages innovation and personal fulfillment. It is a vital part of what makes life meaningful and vibrant. However, without order, freedom can quickly become chaotic. Order represents structure, rules, and systems that keep society functioning. It creates safety and predictability, allowing people to live and work together peacefully. Order helps protect the rights of individuals and prevents harm. It gives a framework within which freedom can be exercised responsibly. The tension between freedom and order is not a battle to win, but a dance to perform. Too much freedom without order can lead to disorder, conflict, and insecurity. People might act selfishly or harm others without consequence. Conversely, too much order can become oppressive, stifling creativity and limiting personal growth. Philosophers often discuss this balance using different ideas. Some emphasize the importance of individual liberty, arguing that freedom should be as broad as possible. Others stress the need for laws and regulations to create social harmony. The ideal lies somewhere in the middle, a society where rules exist not to control unnecessarily, but to protect and empower. In practice, this balance might look like a government that respects human rights while enforcing laws that ensure safety. It might mean communities that encourage personal expression while promoting respect and cooperation. Finding balance is an ongoing process, requiring dialogue, empathy, and wisdom. Ultimately, freedom and order depend on each other. Freedom without order risks destruction, and order without freedom risks stagnation. When balanced, they create a space where people can thrive, where individuals can be themselves and society can be strong. This is the delicate harmony at the heart of a just and flourishing world, the puzzle of identity. The puzzle of identity is one of the oldest and most intriguing questions in philosophy. At its core, it asks, what makes a person the same over time? When you look in the mirror today and then again tomorrow, are you truly the same person? Or is something about you constantly changing? Imagine a ship. Over the years, every plank, every nail is replaced. Is it still the same ship? This is known as the Ship of Theseus puzzle. Now, apply this idea to yourself. Your body, your thoughts, your memories, they are constantly changing. Cells die and renew, your beliefs evolve, and new experiences shape who you are. So what is this you that remains the same? One idea is that identity is tied to your physical body. You are the same person as long as your body remains. But does this hold if parts change or if your brain is altered? Some philosophers argue that the brain, or more specifically your memories and personality, define your identity. You are the same person because you remember your past experiences. But what if you lose your memories? Are you still the same? You? This raises another puzzle. If identity depends on memory, then what happens in cases of amnesia or forgetting? Are you still you? Some thinkers suggest that identity is not about strict continuity, but about psychological connections, relationships between thoughts and feelings over time. Others propose a more radical view. There is no fixed self at all. What we call me, or I, is just a bundle of experiences and perceptions without an unchanging core. This idea is found in certain Eastern philosophies and in modern cognitive science. The puzzle of identity also has practical implications. Think about legal responsibility or personal promises. If a person changes drastically over time, should they be held accountable for past actions? Or consider futuristic scenarios like mind uploading or cloning. Would a copied mind still be you? The dance of mind and matter. Imagine a dance so subtle, so profound, that it weaves together the very essence of existence, the dance of mind and matter. It is a timeless interplay where thought and reality meet, where consciousness and the physical world engage in an eternal embrace. This dance is the foundation of all that we experience, the silent rhythm underlying every moment of our lives. At first glance, mind and matter seem like distinct partners. Matter is the solid, tangible world, rocks, trees, oceans, and stars, what we can touch and see. The mind, however, is invisible. It is the realm of thoughts, feelings, perceptions, and dreams. Philosophers have long pondered how these two could relate. How does something as intangible as the mind arise in a universe seemingly made of only matter? This question sparks a deep mystery that bridges the gap between science and philosophy. One way to understand their dance is through the idea of dualism, which sees mind and matter as two separate substances. In this view, the mind is a special kind of reality, different from physical things, yet closely linked to the body and brain. But dualism raises puzzles. How exactly do these two realms influence each other? How can something non-physical cause changes in the physical world, and vice versa? Other perspectives offer different steps in this dance. Materialism suggests that everything, including mind, is made of matter. Here the mind emerges from complex arrangements of atoms in the brain. It is like a melody created by the patterns of a piano's keys. On the other hand, idealism proposes that all is mind or consciousness, and what we call matter is just a projection of awareness. More contemporary ideas blend these views, exploring how mind and matter might co-arise or transform into one another. Quantum physics hints that the fabric of reality is not simply stuff, but involves possibilities and observations, linking consciousness and physical existence in surprising ways. Ultimately, the dance of mind and matter invites us to see reality as a dynamic relationship rather than a static divide. It challenges us to embrace the mystery, to listen closely to the silent music that flows between thought and form. In this dance, we find the essence of being, the awakening of awareness in a living world, forever entwined, forever moving together. The awakening of wonder. What is wonder? Wonder is the spark that ignites curiosity, the gentle nudge that draws our minds beyond the familiar. It is an ancient feeling, one that has always driven humans to explore, to ask questions, and to seek meaning. At its core, wonder is the experience of encountering something new, something that disrupts our expectations. It is a pause, a moment when the ordinary world reveals its extraordinary depths. This awakening of wonder is the beginning of philosophy, the desire to understand not just what things are. When we awaken to wonder, we open ourselves to the mystery of existence. We start to notice the world with fresh eyes, the pattern of leaves, the vastness of stars, the miracle of life itself. This experience invites us to reflect on our place in the universe and the nature of reality. Philosophers from ancient times recognized wonder as the root of all knowledge. Plato called it a feeling of amazement, a recognition of something beyond our everyday understanding. Aristotle described it as the starting point of philosophy, the feeling that pushes us to learn and grow. But wonder is not just about big ideas or distant stars. It can be found in small moments, the smile of a stranger, the rhythm of a raindrop, or the colors of a sunset. These moments remind us of the depth and beauty woven into existence. Awakening to wonder also means embracing uncertainty. It means accepting that we do not have all the answers, and that some questions may remain open. Yet, this uncertainty is not a source of fear, but an invitation to adventure, to ongoing discovery. In today's fast-paced world, it's easy to overlook wonder. Routine dulls our senses, and technology often distracts us from deep reflection. But by cultivating wonder, we reconnect with what truly matters, the awe of being alive and our quest to understand. To awaken wonder, we must slow down, pay attention, and remain curious. Let yourself ask why and how without rushing to conclude. Let your mind wander into the unknown. This is how philosophy begins, with a simple feeling of wonder, guiding us toward wisdom. So, the next time you find yourself caught up in daily tasks, pause, look around, notice the world with fresh eyes, and welcome the awakening of wonder. It is the doorway to deeper understanding and a richer life. The veil that hides the world. Imagine waking up one day to realize that everything you see, hear, and touch is covered by an invisible veil. This veil hides the true nature of the world from your eyes. What if what we call reality is just a shadow, a filtered version of something far deeper? This is the idea behind the veil that hides the world. Philosophers have long wondered whether the reality we experience is the real reality at all. Our senses give us information, colors, sounds, textures, but can we trust these senses completely? What if they only show us a partial picture, like a curtain drawn between us and the full truth? This veil can be thought of as the gap between appearance and reality. Plato, one of the greatest thinkers in history, captured this thought with his allegory of the cave. Imagine prisoners chained inside a dark cave, watching shadows flicker on a wall. These shadows are all they know, yet they believe the shadows are the whole world. When one prisoner breaks free and steps outside, he sees the sun, the source of all light and truth. The shadows in the cave were just illusions. Similarly, the veil that hides the world might be the barrier that keeps us from seeing reality as it truly is. In modern philosophy, this veil takes many forms. It could be the limitations of our brain, the filtering of our perception, or even the assumptions and beliefs that shape how we interpret the world. Think of it like wearing tinted glasses. Everything we see is colored by our past experiences, emotions, and expectations. This tint can distort reality, hiding its true colors. Understanding the veil is not about despair, but curiosity. It invites us to look deeper, to question what we take for granted. When we peel back the layers of illusion, even just a little, we glimpse a purer understanding of existence. Some call it enlightenment, others call it awakening. But at the heart of it is the realization that the world is more mysterious and profound than it appears on the surface. So next time you look around, ask yourself, what veil is hiding the true world from me? What lies beyond the shadows I see? The journey to uncover what lies beneath is one of life's greatest adventures. The seeds of virtue within us. Deep inside each of us lies something quietly powerful. Seeds of virtue waiting to grow. These seeds are not visible like plants in a garden, but they are real. They are the small beginnings of qualities like kindness, courage, honesty, and patience. Just as a tiny seed holds the promise of a strong tree, these seeds hold the promise of a good life. Virtue is an ancient idea. Philosophers like Aristotle saw it as a way to live well. For him, virtues were habits we develop through practice. They are not fixed traits, but something we can nurture and strengthen over time. Imagine planting a seed and watering it every day. It begins to sprout and grow taller. Similarly, when we practice kindness or courage, we help these virtues grow inside us. But how do these seeds get planted in the first place? Some believe that virtues come from within us naturally, like an inner guide. Others think that our environment, experiences, and role models help plant these seeds. When we see someone acting honestly or patiently, we learn and start to do the same. Over time, these good actions form habits, and habits shape our character. The fascinating part is that virtues grow best in a caring environment. Just like a seed needs sunlight, water, and good soil, virtues need support, encouragement, and reflection to thrive. When we pause to think about our actions and their effects, we give nourishment to our inner virtues. Reflection helps us choose wisely and avoid harmful habits. Even when we make mistakes, the seeds of virtue do not disappear. Sometimes we might ignore them or let them wither. Yet, with patience and effort, we can revive these seeds and help them grow stronger. This is hope, that no matter our past, we can cultivate a better self. In the quiet moments before sleep, consider the seeds you carry within. What virtues do you want to nurture? What small actions today can water your inner garden? By tending to these seeds, you cultivate a life of meaning and goodness. The journey of virtue is gentle, continuous, and deeply rewarding. It starts within you, and it grows with every choice you make. The art of living simply. Welcome to a journey into the art of living simply. In a world that often feels rushed and cluttered, simplicity offers a path to peace and clarity. Living simply means choosing what truly matters and letting go of what distracts or overwhelms us. At its core, simplicity is about mindfulness. It invites us to be present, to notice the richness of everyday moments without needing more. Rather than chasing endless desires, we learn to appreciate what we already have. This shift in perspective can bring a quiet joy that material things alone cannot provide. Simplicity often calls for intentional choices. It's not about deprivation or sacrifice, but about clarity. Choosing fewer possessions encourages us to value quality over quantity. Clearing physical clutter creates space for mental calm. In a bustling world, a simplified environment can feel like a breath of fresh air. The philosophy behind simple living goes beyond possessions. It extends to how we manage our time and energy. By prioritizing what truly matters, relationships, creativity, rest, we align ourselves with what nourishes our well-being. Saying no to distractions allows us to say yes to deeper experiences. Simplicity also invites us to embrace enough. In a culture driven by more, the idea of enough counters endless consumption. Recognizing when we have enough helps us break free from consumerism's cycle and find contentment within. This is not about settling, but about wisdom. Moreover, living simply fosters connection. When we strip away excess, we see what's essential. We connect more deeply with nature, with others, and with ourselves. This connection nurtures compassion and gratitude, foundations for a meaningful life. The art of living simply is a continuous practice, not a fixed goal. It involves awareness and gentle adjustment. Each moment offers a chance to choose simplicity in thought, action, and attitude. Over time, these small choices weave together to create a life that feels whole and true. In embracing simplicity, we find freedom. Freedom from clutter, from noise, from endless striving. We find space to breathe, to reflect, and to rest. The art of living simply is an invitation to slow down, to appreciate, and to live fully in the present moment. Thank you for joining this reflection on simplicity. May your journey be peaceful and rich. The gentle weight of choice. There is a quiet power in the act of choosing. Each decision we make carries with it a weight, subtle yet undeniable, shaping the path we walk. This weight is not always heavy or burdensome. Sometimes it feels gentle, like a soft breeze guiding a leaf along its journey. This is the gentle weight of choice. Choice is often seen as a grand affair, moments of crisis or great change where everything hinges on a single decision. Yet, in truth, choice is woven into the fabric of every moment. From the flicker of waking consciousness to the last breath before sleep, we decide what to eat, what to say, where to look. These small choices ripple outward, accumulating and crafting the story of our lives. Philosophy teaches us that with freedom comes responsibility. To choose is to take part in creating meaning. This responsibility may sound heavy, but when embraced gently, it becomes a source of peace. The gentle weight of choice is not about pressure or fear of error. It is about presence, being fully aware of the moment and the opportunity it holds to shape who we are. When we feel overwhelmed by decisions, it is often because we imagine choice as a burden rather than an invitation. Instead, what if we viewed each choice as a quiet conversation with ourselves? Each option a door, not demanding the right answer, but inviting us to explore. A gentle hand guiding us toward our authentic path, even if it's uncertain. Time reveals the beauty in small choices, too. Like drops of water slowly sculpting stone, our daily decisions carve the contours of character. There is freedom in this ongoing process, freedom that allows us to grow and change with grace rather than rigidity. So the next time you find yourself at a fork in the road, pause. Feel the gentle weight of choice, not as a burden, but as a gift. A reminder that even in the simplest moments, you are both the artist and the canvas of your life. In this truth lies peace. In this truth lies power, the search for the true self. The search for the true self is one of humanity's oldest and deepest quests. Across cultures and centuries, people have sought to understand who they really are beneath the surface of everyday life. This search is not just about discovering a name, a job, or social roles. It is about peeling away layers of illusion to find what remains when all external identities fall away. Often, we begin by looking outward. Society tells us who we should be, a student, a parent, a worker. We build our identities through relationships, achievements, and possessions. Yet these things are ever-changing. When circumstances shift, our sense of self can feel fragile or lost. This leads to a question: is there a core self that stays constant no matter what happens? Philosophers and spiritual traditions offer different answers. Some say the self is an unchanging essence, a soul that exists beyond the body and mind. Others argue that the self is fluid, made up of thoughts, feelings, and experiences that come and go. In Buddhism, for example, the idea of no self invites us to recognize the self as a series of interconnected processes rather than a fixed entity. This can be freeing. If there is no permanent self to cling to, suffering caused by attachment and ego begins to lessen. The search for the true self then becomes less about finding a hidden, static identity and more about understanding the nature of change and impermanence within us. In more practical terms, the journey inward often involves mindfulness and self-reflection. By observing thoughts and emotions without judgment, we begin to see patterns and assumptions that shape our self-image. This awareness helps us disentangle who we are from what we think we should be. The true self is sometimes described as pure awareness or presence, the simple act of being conscious. It is not a thing to grasp, but a space in which thoughts and feelings arise. When we rest in this awareness, there's a sense of peace and clarity. Ultimately, the search for the true self is deeply personal. It invites us to question, explore, and accept ourselves beyond surface-level definitions. And in doing so, it opens the door to a life lived with greater authenticity and freedom. The peace of letting go. There is a deep peace that comes from the simple act of letting go. To let go does not mean to give up or to be weak. It means to accept what is beyond our control and to release the tight grip of our worries, fears, and attachments. This peace is not something distant or hidden. It is found here, in this very moment, when we stop struggling against life's flow. When we hold on too tightly to things, whether they are outcomes, relationships, or past regrets, we create tension within ourselves. This tension grows into suffering. Our minds become like a stormy sea, tossing and turning with waves of resistance. But when we learn to loosen our grip, the sea calms. The waves continue, but now we float gently on the surface instead of being caught in their upheaval. Letting go is a quiet courage. It asks us to look honestly at what we cannot change. This could be a loss, a disappointment, or a fear that clings to us. Instead of fighting these realities, we acknowledge them. We say, "This is what is happening," without adding the heavy burden of "it should be different." Acceptance is not resignation. It is the first step toward true freedom. In philosophy, letting go is often related to the idea of non-attachment. This does not mean indifference or apathy. Non-attachment means embracing life fully without clinging. It means loving without possession, hoping without despair, and living with an open heart. When we practice non-attachment, we find that peace is not a distant goal, but a constant companion. The peace of letting go invites us to be present. Instead of being trapped in the past or anxious about the future, we rest in the now. In this present moment, there is no need to control or resist. There is only the flow of life, graceful and persistent. By letting go, we join this flow. We become like a leaf carried by a river, moving, changing, but always at peace. So today, breathe deeply and imagine releasing your tightest knots. Feel the softening inside. Know that peace is available when we let go, not by holding on harder, but by gently opening our hands and hearts to what is. This is the quiet power of surrender, the gentle wisdom of life itself, the ship that rebuilds itself. Imagine a ship that rebuilds itself, stone by stone, plank by plank, constantly renewing, yet always remaining the same ship. This is not just a tale of a magical vessel. It is a doorway into one of philosophy's oldest puzzles, known as the ship of Theseus. The story goes that Theseus, a hero of ancient Greece, had a ship kept in a harbor as a memorial. Over time, the wooden planks decayed and were replaced one by one. Eventually, every single part of the ship had been swapped out. The question arises, is this still the same ship that Theseus sailed on, or has it become something entirely new? At first glance, this seems straightforward. A ship with none of its original parts might seem like a different ship altogether. But consider this. Our bodies are constantly changing too. Cells die and renew, atoms come and go. Yet, I still call myself me. The ship of Theseus challenges us to think deeply about identity and persistence across time. One way philosophers approach this is through the idea of continuity. Even if every part changes, if the changes happen gradually and the form or function is preserved, we often say it remains the same. The ship's identity lies not solely in its material parts, but in the pattern, the structure, and the story it carries. Another way is to think about identity as a collection of parts at a given moment. If you rebuild the ship with old planks removed, perhaps what you end up with is a new ship made from old materials, separate from the one maintained in the harbor. The question of when identity changes, or if it ever truly changes, feeds into bigger philosophical debates about selfhood, memory, and existence. What makes you, you? Is it your body, your memories, or the continuous stream of experience? The ship of Theseus reminds us that identity is not always fixed or simple. It exists in the tension between change and permanence, between parts and wholes, between material and meaning. In the end, whether the ship remains the same or becomes new is less important than what the question teaches us about ourselves. The ongoing dance between who we were, who we are, and who we might become. The trolley in The Path Untaken. Imagine a trolley barreling down a track, unstoppable and fast. Ahead, it faces a fork. On the current path, 5 people are tied down, unable to move. On the alternate track, just one person is trapped. You stand by a lever with the power to switch the trolley's course. What do? This is the famous trolley problem, a thought experiment in philosophy that explores ethics and choice. At its core, it asks, is it right to actively intervene, causing one death to save 5? Or is it better to do nothing, letting the trolley follow its path? The problem challenges us to think about consequences and moral responsibility. If you pull the lever, you make a choice. You decide someone will die for others to live. If you don't, you avoid direct action but allow more harm. It's a clash between two ethical theories: utilitarianism, which focuses on the greatest good for the greatest number, and deontology, which holds that some actions are morally wrong regardless of outcomes. But beyond simple numbers, the trolley problem invites us to question the values that guide us. Does the difference between actively causing harm and passively allowing it matter? Is doing something that leads to someone's death worse than doing nothing and letting multiple people die? There's also the idea of the path untaken. Every choice not made shapes the world in unseen ways. If you pull the lever, you close the path where 5 perish, but open the path where 1 does. If you refrain, the opposite occurs. Each path carries its own consequences and moral weight. In real life, decisions aren't as clear as flipping a switch. We face complex situations with uncertain outcomes and conflicting values. The trolley problem strips these complexities down to a simple choice, helping us reflect on what matters most: life, agency, and the cost of inaction. So, when you imagine that trolley speeding towards its fate, remember, the question isn't just about who lives or dies. It's about how we navigate the ethical landscapes of our lives and how the paths we choose, or don't choose, define us. Shadows in the Hall of Mirrors. In the quiet corners of our minds, shadows often linger, subtle, elusive, yet deeply significant. Imagine a vast hall of mirrors, each reflecting not only what stands before it, but also countless reflections interwoven in endless layers. Shadows in this hall are not merely the absence of light. They are the whispers of our thoughts, the silhouettes of our fears, and the echoes of truths we often refuse to see. Here, in this hall of mirrors, philosophy invites us to explore the dance between light and shadow, self and perception, reality and illusion. At the most basic level, shadows remind us that what we see is never the whole truth. Like a mirror reflecting a fractured image, our understanding is often incomplete, shaped by angles and perspectives. Shadows emerge when light meets an obstacle, creating shapes that are both familiar and mysterious. In life, these shadows represent the unknown parts of ourselves, our doubts, our biases, our unexamined beliefs. Philosophy teaches us to look beyond these shadows, to question what is merely a reflection, and seek the source of true light. As we wander deeper into the hall, we encounter the idea of self-reflection. The mirrors reveal not only our outward appearance, but also the inner labyrinth of our thoughts and emotions. Shadows play a role here as well, highlighting the tensions between what we reveal and what we hide. This duality mirrors the human condition, where clarity and confusion coexist. By embracing our shadows, we begin to understand the complexity of identity and the fluid nature of truth. At a higher philosophical plane, shadows in the Hall of Mirrors challenge the notion of objective reality. If each mirror reflects a different version of the self, are any of those versions absolutely real? This evokes the concept of perspective, reminding us that reality is often multifaceted and subjective. The shadows represent the limits of human knowledge, encouraging humility and openness in our search for meaning. Ultimately, the shadows in this hall are not to be feared, but embraced. They are the subtle guides in our journey toward wisdom, inviting us to look deeper, question more, and recognize that light and shadow together create the full tapestry of existence. In the interplay of reflections, we find a mirror not just of ourselves, but of the infinite mysteries that make life profound and beautiful. The quiet tension of free will. Imagine waking up each morning believing you control every choice you make, what to wear, where to go, even what to think. This feeling, the sense of free will, seems undeniable. Yet beneath this comforting belief lies a quiet tension that has puzzled philosophers for centuries. Is free will truly free? Or is it an illusion shaped by forces beyond our awareness? At its simplest, free will means we are the authors of our own actions. We decide freely without being forced. But the world around us is complex and unpredictable. Our brains are influenced by genetics, past experiences, social pressures, and even unconscious impulses. These factors quietly shape our decisions, often without us realizing it. So the question arises, if our choices are influenced by things we don't control, can we really say we have free will? This tension grows deeper when we consider determinism, the idea that every event or state of affairs, including human decisions, is determined by preceding events in accordance with natural laws. If every choice follows logically from previous causes, then free will seems like a comforting myth. Yet, our lived experience tells us otherwise. We feel responsible for our actions, celebrate our successes, and struggle with regret when making mistakes. These feelings suggest that at some level, free will is real, or at least meaningful. Philosophers have responded to this puzzle in various ways. Some adopt compatibilism, the view that free will and determinism can coexist. They argue that free will does not require absolute freedom from cause and effect, but depends on being free from coercion and able to act according to our desires and reasons. Others hold on to libertarian free will, believing in a non-determined aspect of choice that allows genuine freedom. Meanwhile, hard determinists deny free will completely, seeing it as an illusion created by complex brain processes. This quiet tension, the pull between freedom and determinism, invites us to reflect on what it means to be human. Even if our freedom is limited or shaped, it still gives us the power to grow, learn, and ethically engage with the world. Free will might not be absolute, but it sparks the deep and ongoing dance between choice and fate, identity and influence. So the next time you make a decision, pause for a moment. Consider the subtle forces at play within and around you. In that stillness lies the profound mystery of free will, quiet, complex, and endlessly fascinating, the silent watcher of consciousness. In the quiet depths of our mind lies a presence, often overlooked, a silent watcher of consciousness. This presence is not a thought, not a feeling, but the very awareness that notices both. Imagine sitting by a calm lake, observing ripples on the water's surface. The watcher is like the stillness beneath those ripples, untouched and unmoved by their passing. It bore witness to every flutter of thought, every surge of emotion, yet remains unchanged. From the moment we awaken to the moment we sleep, this silent watcher is there, observing the flow of experience. It does not judge or interfere, it simply is. Philosophers have long sought to understand this witness to our existence. In various traditions, it is called the pure consciousness, the observing self, or simply awareness. It acts as the foundation upon which all mental activities unfold. Our daily lives are a whirlwind of sensations, ideas, and memories. Yet beneath these layers, the watcher remains steady and serene. By acknowledging this presence, we begin to untangle ourselves from the chaos of the mind. We realize that we are not the thoughts or emotions that come and go, but the space in which they arise. This insight allows a quiet liberation, a freedom from being swept away by every passing feeling or reaction. Meditation practices often encourage us to connect with this watcher, to sit in silence and observe without attachment. When we do so, we cultivate clarity and calmness. The silent watcher helps us break automatic patterns, giving us the choice to respond thoughtfully rather than react impulsively. Over time, this attentive presence expands, awakening a sense of peace that is not dependent on external circumstances. Understanding the silent watcher is a journey into the heart of consciousness itself. It invites us to explore what it means to be aware, to witness, and to exist beyond fleeting experiences. In recognizing this silent presence, we find a steady anchor amid life's changing tides, an eternal observer quietly illuminating the vast landscape of our inner world. The paradox of the heap. The paradox of the heap is a fascinating puzzle that challenges our understanding of vague concepts. Imagine you have a heap of sand, a large pile with thousands of grains. Now, if you remove one grain, it still seems to be a heap. Remove another, and it remains a heap. But if you keep removing grains, eventually you end up with just one grain, which obviously isn't a heap anymore. So the question is, when exactly does it stop being a heap? This paradox highlights a problem with how we use language and categorize things. Words like heap are vague. There is no precise number of grains where a heap suddenly becomes a non-heap. Our language struggles with borderline cases that don't have clear boundaries. This problem isn't just about sand, it applies to many everyday concepts, like bald, tall, or rich. At what point does a man become bald if he loses hair one strand at a time? There is no exact line, yet we're forced to use these words as if there were. Philosophers call this the Sorites paradox. The word Sorites comes from the Greek for heap. It shows the difficulty in applying strict logic to vague terms. Traditional logic demands clear, true or false answers, but vague concepts don't fit neatly into these categories. This poses interesting questions about how we think and communicate. Are there really precise boundaries in nature, or do our categories just reflect flexible, human-made distinction? One way to resolve the paradox is by accepting degrees of truth instead of just true or false. This is known as fuzzy logic, where something can be partially true. For example, a pile might be mostly heap or a little heap. Another approach is to acknowledge that some concepts don't have exact cutoffs and that our language works best when used with practical judgments rather than strict definitions. In everyday life, we don't need perfect precision for words like heap to be useful. The paradox of the heap invites us to think deeper about how we define things and the limitations of language. It shows that some concepts are inherently vague, which can be frustrating, but also reveals the flexibility of human thought. Understanding this paradox encourages patience and openness when dealing with uncertainty, reminding us that not everything can be pinned down with absolute certainty. This philosophical puzzle remains a cornerstone in discussions about meaning, language, and logic, the fragile bridge of memory. Imagine a bridge, not made of steel or stone, but built from moments, feelings, and stories. This is the fragile bridge of memory. It connects who we were to who we are now. Each memory is like a beam holding this bridge together. But unlike concrete, memories are delicate. They can fade, bend, or even break. Memory is not just about recalling facts. It shapes our sense of self. When we remember a smile, a place, or a conversation, we are reconnecting with parts of our past. But this connection is never perfect. Memories change over time, influenced by new experiences or emotions. Sometimes we remember not exactly what happened, but how it made us feel. This is the first gentle lesson of the fragile bridge. Memory is not a photograph. It is a story we tell ourselves. The bridge of memory also holds our relationships. When we think of loved ones, memories remind us of shared joys and pains. These memories can comfort us, or sometimes cause sorrow. Over time, the details may blur, but the feelings often remain. This emotional color gives memory its power and its fragility. It shows that memory is not just about the mind, but also about the heart. Philosophers have long wondered about memory's role in our identity. Are we the same person today as we were years ago? The bridge of memory helps answer this. It shows continuity despite change. Even when memories fade, new ones form. We rebuild the bridge daily, using old beams and new wood. Our identity is both stable and fluid, held together by memory's fragile threads. Finally, the fragility of this bridge reminds us to care for our memories. Mindfulness and reflection help strengthen it. Sharing stories with others can repair gaps and preserve meaning. But we must also accept that some memories will be lost and that impermanence is part of life's flow. In the quiet of night or in moments of stillness, think of this bridge. Honor its delicate construction, for in every memory lives a piece of you, a connection across time that makes your journey unique. The fragile bridge of memory is a gift. Handle it with kindness. A strange loop of self-awareness. Imagine looking in a mirror and seeing yourself looking back. It's simple, yet it hints at something deeply mysterious about who we are. This is the beginning of a strange loop, a concept that helps us explore self-awareness. A strange loop occurs when, by moving upward or forward through a system, you unexpectedly find yourself back where you started. In the case of self-awareness, your mind is like this loop. You think about your own thoughts. You become aware that you are aware. This recursive process creates a unique feedback loop, giving rise to consciousness itself. Philosopher Douglas Hofstadter popularized this idea. He argued that the I, the sense of self, is not a fixed entity but a pattern created by this loop. Our brains are complex networks of neurons, and these networks constantly reflect on their own activity. When your brain represents itself, it's as if it's holding a mirror to its own reflection. This is the strange loop of self-awareness. Why does this matter? Because it challenges traditional ways of understanding the mind. If the self is a loop, it isn't a separate object inside your head. Instead, it's a dynamic process, continuously creating itself. This means your identity is fluid and ever-changing, shaped by the ongoing feedback within your own consciousness. Think of the strange loop as a spiral staircase. Every step you take brings you higher, but you're still circling the same central column. Similarly, as you reflect on your experiences and thoughts, you deepen your self-awareness, but you remain within the same looping pattern of consciousness. This concept also highlights the mystery of subjective experience. Why does this loop feel like you? Why does it generate an inner life? These questions remain open, inviting us to explore further. Understanding the strange loop of self-awareness opens doors to new ways of thinking about mind, identity, and reality. It suggests that being you is less about a static self and more about an ongoing loop, a dance of reflection within the mind, a strange, beautiful loop that defines the mystery of who we are, the compass of moral relativism. Imagine a world where there is no single, unchanging map to guide us through right and wrong. Instead, our moral compass shifts with time, culture, and perspective. This is the world of moral relativism. At its core, moral relativism suggests that what is right or wrong isn't fixed or universal. Instead, these judgments depend on our cultural background, personal experiences, or societal norms. Think of it like navigating without a global map. Each community draws its own boundaries, deciding what's good and bad based on its unique values. This contrasts sharply with moral absolutism, which claims there are objective truths about right and wrong that apply everywhere, no matter the context. For example, a moral absolutist might say, stealing is always wrong, but a moral relativist would ask, is it wrong if stealing is a way to survive in dire poverty, or if a culture sees it differently? Moral relativism helps us understand why different cultures have diverse customs and ethical beliefs. Things that seem normal and acceptable in one society can be taboo or even immoral in another. This perspective encourages open-mindedness, reminding us not to judge others by our own strict rules. Instead, it invites dialogue and empathy. However, moral relativism also raises important questions. If right and wrong are always relative, can we truly say anything is wrong? Does this mean harmful actions could be justified just because a culture permits them? Some worry that without universal standards, anything goes, leading to moral chaos. Philosophers who support moral relativism often argue that it helps prevent arrogance and promotes tolerance. By recognizing that our morals are shaped by history and culture, we can avoid imposing our beliefs on others unfairly. It teaches us humility in the face of complexity. In practice, moral relativism challenges us to think deeply about why we believe what we believe and how those beliefs evolved. It invites us to question accepted norms and consider alternative viewpoints. It doesn't give easy answers, but rather points us toward understanding the rich diversity of human values. So the compass of moral relativism doesn't always point north or to any fixed direction. Instead, it guides us through a landscape of varied and shifting moral truths, urging respect and curiosity as we navigate the ever-changing terrain of human experience, the puzzle of knowing anything at all. Have you ever stopped to wonder how you know anything at all? It sounds simple, but it's actually one of the oldest and deepest questions in philosophy. This is what we call the puzzle of knowing anything at all. At first glance, knowledge seems easy. You look around and see things: a tree, a chair, a sky full of stars. You say to yourself, I know that the tree is green, the chair is wooden, and the stars are shining. But how do you truly know these things? Can you be absolutely certain? Philosophers have struggled with this question for centuries. One famous thinker, René Descartes, once doubted everything. He realized senses can deceive. A stick partly underwater looks bent, though it's straight. Dreams feel real, but aren't. So, if our senses can trick us, how can we trust what we think we know? Descartes found one thing he couldn't doubt: the fact that he was doubting. He famously said, I think therefore I am. This means, while everything else might be uncertain, the very act of thinking proves he exists. But if our senses and even some of our reasoning can be unreliable, how do we build true knowledge? Another group of philosophers, called empiricists, argue that all knowledge comes from experience. We learn from what we see, hear, touch, and feel. But what about things we can't experience directly, like the future or the existence of other minds? On the other side, rationalists believe that some knowledge comes from reason alone, independent of experience. For instance, mathematical truths like 2 + 2 = 4 don't need to be experienced. They are known through logic. But even then, questions remain. How does our mind connect to this abstract logic? Why does it work so well? This puzzle leads us to a bigger question. What does it even mean to know something? Is it just having true belief? Or does knowing mean something more, like being able to justify and explain your belief? Philosophy calls this the problem of skepticism. It challenges us to ask, can we ever really know anything for certain? And if not, how do we live and make decisions every day? The puzzle of knowing anything at all invites us to explore the limits and foundations of knowledge. It reminds us to question what we think we know and to appreciate the complex journey our minds take to understand the world. So next time you say, "I know this," pause for a moment. That simple statement connects you to a profound mystery at the heart of philosophy, and maybe, in that moment of wonder, you'll feel a little closer to the truth, the invisible threads of justice. There are moments when justice seems like a clear, visible force, like a bright light cutting through darkness, but often justice flows through invisible threads, weaving quietly behind the scenes. These threads connect people, ideas, and actions in ways we might not immediately see, yet they hold the fabric of fairness together. Imagine justice not as a statue with blindfolds and scales, but as an unseen network. This network operates beyond laws and courts. It lives in the simple acts of honesty, kindness, and respect. Each choice we make to stand by what is right strengthens these threads. Small decisions, unnoticed by many, help build a world where fairness can grow. Philosophers have long debated the nature of justice. Some see it as a goal, an ideal society where everyone receives what they deserve. Others view it as a process, a journey we walk continuously. Both views reveal that justice is not a fixed point. Instead, it is an evolving pattern created by countless invisible connections between people. Understanding these invisible threads invites us to look beyond punishment and reward. It asks us to consider the roots of fairness, empathy, trust, and shared humanity. When we tune into these elements, we begin to notice how justice quietly sustains our communities. Even when systems fail, these threads provide a foundation for healing and reconciliation. The whole cycle, the invisible threads also remind us that justice is fragile. They can weaken under prejudice, greed, or fear. But when nurtured, they become stronger, binding us together in a common purpose. This strength emerges not from power or authority, but from the simple recognition that each person's dignity matters. In a world that often feels divided, these unseen connections hold hope. They encourage us to act with integrity, to listen deeply, and to seek understanding. Through these small yet profound choices, we participate in the timeless dance of justice. So, the next time you think of justice, imagine the invisible threads weaving through your life. Notice how every thoughtful action, every word spoken with care, is part of a larger tapestry. Justice may be unseen, but it is always present, quietly shaping the world we share. The Garden of Ethical Choices. Welcome to the Garden of Ethical Choices, a place where every decision is a seed and every action is a branch reaching toward the sky. Imagine walking through this garden. Each path represents a moral choice. Some paths are clear, well-trodden, while others are tangled and uncertain. Here, we explore the simple yet profound idea of ethics, the study of right and wrong. At the heart of this garden lies a fundamental question: how should we act? Every day, we face decisions, small and large. Should we tell the truth, even when it is difficult? Should we help someone in need? Should we keep a promise or break it for personal gain? These questions are the petals on the flower of ethics, delicate yet essential. Ethics invites us to consider not only our own happiness but also the well-being of others. It teaches us empathy, walking in another's shoes to understand their feelings and needs. This understanding forms the soil in which kindness grows. When we choose compassion, we water the roots of trust, building stronger connections with the people around us. In this garden, two main paths often guide us: consequences and principles. The first path, called consequentialism, reminds us to look at the results of our actions. If an action brings more happiness or less harm, it is often considered right. The other path, deontology, focuses on rules and duties. It suggests that some actions are right or wrong regardless of the outcome. For example, telling the truth can be seen as a duty, even if the consequences are difficult. But ethics is not just about rules or outcomes. It is also about character. Virtue ethics encourages us to grow qualities like honesty, courage, and generosity. Like tending to a garden, we nurture these virtues daily, shaping who we become. The garden of ethical choices is alive and growing, shaped by culture, experience, and reflection. There is no perfect path, only careful tending. As you walk your own garden, remember that each choice contributes to the landscape of your life and the world around you. Choose with care and let kindness be your guide. The ghost in the machine. The phrase, "the ghost in the machine," comes from the philosopher Gilbert Ryle. He used it to criticize a way of thinking about the mind and body. This way of thinking, called dualism, says the mind is a separate thing from the body. It is like a ghost living inside a machine, the machine being the body. This idea can be traced back to René Descartes, a French philosopher. Descartes believed the mind and body were two different kinds of substances. The mind was non-physical and in charge of thoughts, feelings, and consciousness. The body was physical and followed the laws of nature. Ryle argued that seeing the mind as a ghost in the machine is a mistake. He called it a category mistake. This means mixing two different types of things as if they were the same. According to Ryle, the mind is not a separate thing inside the body. Instead, what we call the mind is a way to describe how people behave and talk about their experiences. There is no hidden ghost or spirit inside us controlling our actions. The mind is the set of abilities and behaviors a person shows. This idea challenges simple dualism, but also leads to new questions. If the mind is not a ghost, then what is it? Modern philosophy and science often think of the mind as the brain's activity. Our thoughts and feelings come from neurons working together. This approach is called physicalism or materialism. It says everything about the mind can be explained by the physical body, especially the brain. However, some people still find it hard to explain things like consciousness and subjective experience. How can brain activity create the feeling of being aware or having emotions? This is known as the hard problem of consciousness. It shows that even if we deny the ghost in the machine, understanding the mind is still a deep mystery. The shifting sands of truth. Truth is often thought of as a fixed point, a solid rock amid the chaos of life. We imagine it as something certain, unchanging, and absolute. But what if truth is more like shifting sands, constantly moving beneath our feet? What if what we believe to be true today might look very different tomorrow? This idea has fascinated philosophers for centuries, leading us to question not just what truth is, but how we come to know it. At the most basic level, truth is about reality, what actually is. Traditionally, truth is defined as the correspondence between our thoughts or statements and the world itself. If I say the sky is blue and the sky is blue, then my statement is true. Simple enough. But reality isn't always as straightforward as a clear blue sky. Perception, context, and interpretation all influence how we understand the truth, making it more fluid. Consider the story of the blind men and the elephant. Each blind man touches a different part of the elephant and describes it based on that part alone: a wall, a rope, a snake. Each description is true from their limited experience, but none can capture the whole truth. This illustrates how partial truths can exist side by side, each shifting as perspective changes. Philosophers like Heraclitus believed that everything is in flux, that change is the only constant. In this view, truth itself might not be a fixed destination, but a journey. What we hold as true today may evolve as we gain new insights and experiences. Science embodies this principle well. Scientific truths are often provisional, replaced by better explanations as knowledge grows. This shifting nature of truth calls for humility. It urges us to remain open-minded, to question our assumptions, and to recognize that certainty might be an illusion. It also highlights the importance of dialogue, sharing perspectives to piece together a more complete picture of reality. Instead of fearing the uncertain, we can embrace the dance between knowing and not knowing, the two faces of infinity. Infinity is a concept that has fascinated humans for centuries. It represents something without any limits, something that goes on forever. But infinity does not have just one face. It has two, each revealing a different side of this endless idea. The first face of infinity is what we call potential infinity. This is the idea that something can keep going without end, but only in a process or a sequence. Imagine counting numbers, 1, 2, 3, and so on. There is no last number. No matter how high you count, you can always add one more. This kind of infinity is about something that is never complete, always growing, always moving forward. Potential infinity exists as a possibility. It is never fully realized, but constantly approached. Monumentalist, monarchist. The second face is actual infinity. This is the idea that infinity exists as a completed whole. Instead of being a never-ending process, it is a finished entity. For example, consider the infinite set of all natural numbers, the entire collection at once. Philosophers and mathematicians have debated whether actual infinity truly exists, or if it is just a useful idea. Actual infinity challenges our understanding of reality because it seems to defy common sense. How can something be infinite and complete at the same time? These two faces of infinity are crucial in philosophy and mathematics because they help us understand different kinds of endlessness. Potential infinity is found in the physical world, like the endless stretch of time or space. Actual infinity is more abstract, found in mathematics and theory. Together, they shape how we think about the infinite. Infinity also pushes us to explore the limits of human knowledge. We try to grasp what it means for something to be infinite, but our minds are finite. This tension creates fascination and mystery. By thinking about infinity, we confront ideas that go beyond everyday experience and challenge our ways of understanding the world. The dream that dreams you back. Imagine drifting into a dream that doesn't just unfold but reaches out and pulls you deeper into its own story. This is the idea of the dream that dreams you back. It's a concept that invites us to question who is really in control when we sleep. Are we simply passive travelers in a landscape our mind creates? Or is the dream itself a kind of living presence, reaching back to us, shaping not only what we see but who we become? Philosophers and mystics have long suggested that dreaming is not just a replay of our daily experiences, but a dialogue between conscious and unconscious worlds. When you fall asleep, the boundary between you and the dream blurs. The dream doesn't just float before your mind like a movie on a screen. Instead, it touches something inside, your fears, desires, or maybe even your very essence. Sometimes the dream pulls so powerfully that you lose yourself completely, waking up wondering who was dreaming whom. At the most basic level, this idea challenges the simple notion that the mind is the sole architect of dreams. Instead, it suggests a reciprocal relationship. You enter the dream, but the dream also enters you. This echoes ancient philosophical ideas about the nature of self and reality, that boundaries are fluid and identity isn't fixed. The dream becomes a mirror and a creator at once. Now consider this in terms of consciousness. When you're awake, you navigate the world using your senses and thoughts. But when you dream, the usual rules dissolve. Time may stretch or fold, the impossible feels immediate, and logic bends. The dream space becomes not just a place you visit, but one that visits you. It has its own logic, its own life, and, in a sense, it claims part of you. The dream that dreams you back is a gentle reminder that our minds are not isolated fortresses. In dreaming, we participate in a mysterious exchange, a co-creation with something larger than ourselves. It invites curiosity instead of control, surrender instead of resistance, opening the door to deeper understanding. By embracing the idea that dreams may dream us back, we begin to see sleep not just as rest, but as a profound journey into the depths of being itself. The space between what is and what ought. There is a space between what is and what ought to be. It is a quiet gap, often overlooked, yet deeply important. What is represents the world as it currently stands, the facts, the reality we encounter every day. What ought to be represents ideals, values, and visions for a better future. This space between describes the challenge of moving from reality to possibility. Philosophers have long grappled with this divide. Is it possible to derive what ought to be directly from what is? This question, known as the is-ought problem, was famously explored by David Hume. Hume argued that we cannot simply observe facts and then dictate moral duties from them without additional reasoning. In other words, knowing that something is a certain way does not automatically tell us how it should be. In this space between, human judgment plays a critical role. Our values, emotions, and reasoning fill the gap. We envision what ought to be based on ideals like justice, kindness, or freedom. These concepts often do not exist naturally but are created and maintained through cultural understanding and moral reflection. This implies an important responsibility, because the bridge from what is to what ought to be is not guaranteed by facts alone. It requires conscious effort. Every decision to improve or change the world involves interpreting reality through the lens of our values. Recognizing this space encourages humility. It reminds us to question our assumptions and be open to different perspectives. Moreover, the space is not empty or merely theoretical. It is lived experience. Every time someone acts against injustice, works to protect the environment, or stands up for others, they are navigating this gap. They take the messy, imperfect reality and act with vision towards something better. In understanding the space between what is and what ought to be, we see the heart of human action. It is the movement from observation to aspiration, from acceptance to transformation. This journey is both difficult and hopeful, inviting us to imagine and create a world that reflects our highest ideals. The slow turning of the cosmic wheel. In the vastness of time and space, there exists a cosmic wheel, a symbol of cycles, change, and eternal return. This wheel does not turn swiftly or with haste. Instead, it moves slowly, steadily, and with a rhythm that humbles even the greatest of minds. To observe this turn is to witness the dance of existence itself. At its core, the cosmic wheel represents the flow of life, death, and rebirth. It reminds us that all things are interconnected, bound by invisible threads stretching across epochs. Each revolution of the wheel marks a new chapter. Seasons shift, galaxies spiral, and civilizations rise and fall. Nothing escapes this grand movement, for all is subject to the slow turning of time. Philosophers have long pondered the meaning behind this cosmic cycle. Some see it as fate, a predetermined pattern that guides all events. Others view it as a dance of chance and necessity, where random moments blend with natural laws. But perhaps the wheel's slow turning invites us to embrace patience, a reminder that growth, change, and understanding come not in bursts, but through gradual unfolding. In this unfolding, we find our place. Like tiny grains of sand caught on the wheel's edge, we participate in the eternal motion. Our lives, brief as they may be, ripple outward, touching others, shaping futures, and contributing to the ongoing story. The cosmic wheel asks us to trust the process, to recognize that every moment, no matter how small, holds significance. As the wheel turns, it teaches the wisdom of acceptance. Like the seasons, some things must end, only to begin anew. In surrendering to this rhythm, we find peace amid impermanence. The slow turning becomes a guide, lifting us beyond fleeting worries, anchoring us in the vast flow of being. So, as you listen to these words, imagine the grand cosmic wheel slowly turning above and within you. Feel its steady pulse, its patient power. Know that in this infinite dance, every turn brings new possibilities, and every slow movement carries you closer to the heart of existence itself, the breath of meaning in a silent universe. Imagine a universe vast and silent, stars twinkling in the darkness, planets drifting in quiet orbits, and galaxies swirling without a single word spoken. In this immense silence, one might wonder, where is the meaning? How can purpose arise in a cosmos that seems indifferent, speaking no language, issuing no signs? This question leads us to explore the breadth of meaning itself. Meaning is not always found in noise or spoken declarations. Sometimes it quietly emerges from the spaces between sounds, from the stillness where thought and existence meet. The universe may be silent, yet it holds a deep presence, a fabric woven with connections, patterns, and moments of awakening. Consider the simplest things: a leaf falling, a star's light reaching Earth, a child's smile. These are not loud or grand gestures, but they carry meaning. Meaning here is not an external label or command. It is a subtle dance between observer and observed. In that silent universe, meaning is like breath, intangible yet vital, invisible yet essential. Philosophers have long debated if meaning is something we find or something we create. If the cosmos does not speak, do we invent stories to fill the void? Perhaps, but this creative act is itself profound. By engaging with the universe, reflecting on our experiences, noticing patterns, contemplating our place, we breathe meaning into the silent backdrop of existence. This breath of meaning is a form of consciousness, a bridge between our inner world and the vast outer space. It invites patience, presence, and a deep appreciation for the quiet mysteries. In the silence, there is room to listen, not to words, but to the unfolding of reality itself. So, in a universe without spoken words, meaning is not lost. It lives in our attention, our wonder, and our ability to find significance without noise. Like a soft whisper in the dark, the breath of meaning reminds us that silence is not empty. It is full of potential, full of life, and full of an endless, unfolding story waiting to be felt. The circle that has no beginning. Imagine a circle. It is complete, continuous, with no starting point and no end. This simple shape holds a profound idea, the concept of something without a beginning or an end. In philosophy, this idea invites us to think about infinity, cycles, and the nature of existence itself. The circle teaches us about eternity. Unlike a line which has two ends, a circle loops back on itself endlessly. It is timeless in a way. When we look at a circle, we see a symbol of the infinite loop, where time and events flow without clear starting or stopping points. This endless quality challenges how we usually think about causes and effects. Often we imagine a chain of events starting with a cause and moving toward an effect. But in a circle, there is no first cause or final effect. Everything is connected in a continuous flow. This reminds us that not all events fit into simple beginnings and endings. In nature, many processes follow circular patterns. Day turns into night, and night into day again. The seasons come and go, returning year after year. Life itself often moves in cycles: birth, growth, decay, and renewal. The circle mirrors these rhythms, showing how endings are also new beginnings. Philosophers also use the circle as a metaphor for understanding the universe. Some believe that reality itself is cyclical, repeating endlessly like a cosmic circle. This idea suggests that time may not be linear but recursive, looping through infinite cycles of creation and destruction. The circle that has no beginning invites us to rethink our place in the universe. Instead of seeing our lives as lines moving from birth to death, we can see ourselves as part of a larger, ongoing circle. This perspective encourages acceptance of change and continuity, embracing the flow of existence without needing absolute starting or ending points. In art and spirituality, the circle often represents wholeness and unity. It symbolizes connection, bringing together beginnings and endings into one harmonious whole. The circle teaches us that life is not fragmented but one continuous journey where everything is linked. The cat that's both alive and dead. Imagine a box. Inside this box there is a cat. But here's the strange part. The cat is both alive and dead at the same time. Sounds impossible, right? Yet this is exactly the puzzle that the famous physicist Erwin Schrödinger gave us in 1935. It's called Schrödinger's cat, and it helps us think about some very deep ideas in science and philosophy. Let's start with the setup. The box is sealed, so you can't see inside. Inside the box is a cat, a tiny bit of radioactive material, a Geiger counter, and a poison vial connected to the counter. If the radioactive material decays, the Geiger counter detects it and releases the poison, which would kill the cat. But if the material doesn't decay, the cat stays alive. Here's the catch: radioactive decay is a random process that quantum physics says can be in a state of superposition. That means it can be both decayed and not decayed at the same time, until we look. Because the cat's fate depends on the decay, the cat is also in a superposition, both alive and dead at the same time, until we open the box and observe. This thought experiment points to one of the biggest mysteries about the quantum world: the role of the observer. Why does opening the box suddenly make the cat either alive or dead, instead of both? Does reality depend on us looking at it? Or is the cat's state somehow definite, even if we don't know it yet? Philosophers and scientists have debated these questions for decades. Some say the cat's state collapses into one reality the moment we observe it. Others suggest that every possible outcome actually happens in different parallel universes. This idea is called the many worlds interpretation. Beyond physics, Schrödinger's cat teaches us how deeply reality challenges our everyday experience. We expect things to be one way or another, but quantum mechanics shows us a world where things can be uncertain and multiple at once. The brain floating in a jar. Imagine for a moment that your brain is removed from your body and placed into a jar filled with a nourishing liquid. It floats there, completely isolated from the world you know. Could this brain, detached and alone, still experience reality? Or is everything you believe, see, and feel dependent on your body? This idea is known as the brain in a jar thought experiment, and it pushes us to question the relationship between our minds, our bodies, and the external world. Philosophers use this scenario to explore what it means to truly know something and how we can be certain about our experiences. If your brain were in a jar without a body, how would it receive information? In many versions of this thought experiment, the brain is hooked up to a computer that sends it electrical signals. These signals simulate sensations, sight, sound, touch, creating a world inside the brain's perception. From the brain's perspective, this simulated reality might feel just as real as the world you experience right now. So, can the brain in a jar distinguish its simulated experiences from genuine ones? This question echoes the skeptical challenge posed by philosophers. How can we be sure that our senses are not deceiving us? When you close your eyes and dream, you experience events that feel real, yet they originate entirely inside your mind. The brain in a jar scenario is like a waking dream. This thought experiment encourages us to think about consciousness and the nature of reality. Is reality something external and independent of us? Or is it shaped by our perceptions and interpretations? If all your experiences could be artificially generated, does it change what it means to be real? Moreover, it raises questions about personal identity. Are you simply your brain's thoughts and memories? Or does your body, brain, and environment together make you who you are? If your brain were floating in a jar, would you still exist? While no one has actually placed a brain in a jar disconnected from a body, this experiment serves as a powerful reminder. Our understanding of reality depends on the complex interaction between mind, body, and world. It invites us to reflect deeply on what we accept as truth, and the mysteries still hidden within our own minds. The evil demon's perfect illusion. Imagine for a moment that everything you see, hear, and feel is not real. What if an evil demon, far more powerful than you could ever imagine, is deceiving you? This demon manipulates your senses perfectly, creating an illusion so flawless that nothing you experience corresponds to the outside world. Welcome to the thought experiment known as the evil demon's perfect illusion. This idea was first proposed by the French philosopher René Descartes in the 17th century. Descartes wanted to find a foundation for knowledge that was absolutely certain. He realized that our senses can be unreliable. Sometimes we see mirages or illusions, and sometimes we dream vivid dreams that feel real. So he imagined the worst-case scenario. What if an evil demon is deliberately deceiving us, tricking us about everything we believe to be true? If this demon's illusion is perfect, then every one of our experiences, our sight, sound, touch, even our thoughts, could be false. You might think you're sitting in a room, but maybe you're not. You might believe you have a body, but perhaps it's all an illusion. This radical doubt means that any knowledge based solely on the senses could be wrong. But here's the crucial question. If the demon's trickery means you can doubt everything, is there anything you cannot doubt? Descartes found one answer. The very act of doubting shows that you exist as a thinking thing. Even if the demon deceives you about everything, it cannot deceive you into thinking that you do not exist. This is the famous I think, therefore I am insight. The evil demon's perfect illusion challenges us to question the reliability of our experiences and to search for certainty beyond the surface of sensation. It pushes philosophy to examine the nature of knowledge and reality. Are we trapped in illusions, or is there a deeper truth we can discover? Today, this thought experiment remains powerful in philosophy and beyond. It invites us to be curious, to think critically, and to explore what it truly means to know something. Next time you trust your senses, remember the possibility of the evil demon's perfect illusion and ask yourself, how can I be sure what I know is real? The world that might be a simulation. Imagine for a moment that everything you see, hear, and feel right now, the chair you're sitting on, the air around you, even your own thoughts, is not real in the way you think it is. What if the world you live in is actually a complex simulation, created by some advanced intelligence far beyond our understanding? This idea may sound like science fiction, but it's a serious philosophical concept that has intrigued thinkers for decades. The concept of a simulated reality raises fundamental questions about the nature of existence. If our world is a computer-generated simulation, who or what created it? Are we then characters in a cosmic video game? The idea gained significant attention from philosopher Nick Bostrom, who proposed what is now called the simulation hypothesis. He argued that one of the following statements must be true. Either civilizations never reach a level of technology capable of creating highly realistic simulations, or advanced civilizations choose not to run simulations, or we almost certainly live in a simulation. This hypothesis suggests that if it is possible to simulate consciousness, then countless simulated realities could exist, making it statistically more likely that we are inside a simulation rather than outside of one. In this scenario, what we perceive as reality would be a sophisticated illusion, a digital construction. Such a viewpoint challenges our understanding of truth and reality. If the world is simulated, does that make our experiences any less valid? Philosophically, it draws connections to ideas like Plato's allegory of the cave, where the shadows on the wall deceive prisoners about the nature of reality. It also touches on solipsism, the idea that only one's own mind is sure to exist. Despite its fascinating implications, the simulation hypothesis remains unproven and perhaps unprovable. Scientists and philosophers debate whether we could ever test this theory, or if it's simply a modern myth inspired by our technological age. The friend who vanishes when observed. Imagine having a friend who is always there, laughing with you, sharing stories, and filling your days with comfort. Yet the moment you turn your full attention to them, they disappear. Not physically, but somehow their presence fades, vanishing like a shadow at noon. This friend who vanishes when observed invites us into a unique philosophical reflection about presence, awareness, and reality itself. At first, it might feel like a trick of the mind. How can someone be here and then not, simply because we are watching? This idea echoes something ancient and profound, the paradox of observation. When we observe something closely, we change it. Think of a delicate bubble. As you reach to touch it, it bursts. Or imagine trying to hold a fleeting thought, only to see it slip away the instant you focus on it. The friend who vanishes embodies this phenomenon. Philosophically, this raises questions about the nature of existence. Does something exist if it cannot be perceived fully? The friend's disappearance, when observed, suggests that presence is not just about being, but about being acknowledged. It's an invitation to explore the relationship between observer and observed, a dance where each influences the other. This concept resonates with ideas in Eastern philosophy, where the self is not seen as a fixed entity, but as fluid and relational. When we try to pin down our friend by observation, we impose a limit, causing them to dissolve. The friend, in this sense, could be a metaphor for aspects of ourselves or consciousness that resist being boxed into strict definitions. Furthermore, this experience challenges our craving for certainty. We often desire clear, stable connections, yet life teaches us about impermanence and change. The vanishing friend reminds us to embrace mystery and to appreciate presence without clinging too tightly. In the end, perhaps the friend who vanishes when observed is not truly gone. Instead, they invite us to witness the subtle layers of reality, where appearances shift and awareness itself shapes what we call real. Their vanishing is a gentle lesson in mindfulness. Some things can only be felt with an open heart, not captured by the gaze. The grandfather who erased himself. Imagine a man who loved stories more than anything else. He was a grandfather, known for his gentle smile and the way he could make time feel endless when he spoke. His stories were like bridges connecting the past and the present, weaving together moments of joy, sorrow, and wisdom. But one day, something strange happened. The grandfather began to erase himself, not from memory, but from existence. What does it mean to erase oneself? At first, it sounds impossible. To erase is to remove, to make something disappear. But here it is not just about forgetting. It is a deep disappearance, a fading away of presence, identity, and meaning. Philosophers often ask, "Who am I?" And this grandfather's journey confronts that question in the most profound way. We are used to thinking of the self as solid and permanent, like a statue carved from stone. But in reality, the self is more like a river, always flowing, changing, never the same from one moment to the next. The grandfather began to feel this flow so strongly that he saw himself as water slipping through fingers. He started to let go of his tightly held beliefs, memories, and even desires. He watched quietly as the outlines of his identity blurred. This act is not negative or tragic. It is a form of freedom. By erasing fixed ideas about who he was, the grandfather discovered openness, a space where new meanings could arise. In philosophy, this is sometimes called self-transcendence, moving beyond the confined self towards something greater. It is the courage to dissolve the ego and experience life without heavy labels or boundaries. But what remains when the self dissolves? Some might say nothing. Others say everything. The grandfather did not become nothingness, but a silent presence, a witness to life's unfolding mystery. He showed us that sometimes, to truly live, we must stop clutching an image of ourselves and instead embrace the vast unknown of being. The grandfather who erased himself teaches us an important lesson. Identity is not a fixed destination, but a path we walk. It is in the letting go, in the gentle fading, that we find the deepest kind of freedom. And in that freedom, we are truly alive, the unstoppable force and the immovable object. Imagine a force so powerful that nothing can stop it. It moves with relentless energy, breaking through barriers effortlessly. This is the unstoppable force. Now picture an object so solid, so firmly fixed in place, that no matter what tries to move it, it remains unmoved. This is the immovable object. Together, they form one of the oldest and most fascinating paradoxes in philosophy. The paradox asks a simple but profound question. What happens when an unstoppable force meets an immovable object? At first glance, it sounds like a riddle with no solution. If the force truly cannot be stopped, then the object cannot remain unmoved. But if the object cannot be moved, then the force cannot be unstoppable. Both cannot exist at the same time, it seems. Philosophers have used this paradox to explore ideas about limits, contradictions, and the nature of reality. It challenges us to think about whether absolute qualities like unstoppable or immovable can exist simultaneously in our universe. Is it possible for something to be infinitely powerful and for another to be infinitely resistant? Or does the paradox reveal a flaw in how we use language and concepts? Some thinkers suggest that the paradox is a trick of words. The terms unstoppable and immovable cannot coexist because they are defined in relation to each other. If one exists, by definition, the other cannot. So the paradox teaches us about the limits of language and how words can create puzzles when taken to extremes. Others see it as a metaphor for conflict in life. The unstoppable force could represent unstoppable change or desire, while the immovable object symbolizes steadfastness, principles, or resistance. Their clash reminds us that sometimes what seems impossible to resolve challenges us to rethink our understanding of strength and persistence. In physics, the paradox doesn't hold up because nothing is truly unstoppable or immovable. Every force and object has limits, but as a philosophical concept, it pushes us to reflect on the nature of contradictions and what happens when absolute ideas come face to face. Ultimately, the unstoppable force and the immovable object invite us to ponder the mysteries of existence, the complexity of opposing powers, and the boundaries of what is possible. They remind us that some questions might not have answers, but exploring them can deepen our understanding of the world and ourselves. The doorway to nothingness. Welcome to this journey into the profound mystery known as the doorway to nothingness. Today we explore a concept that touches the heart of philosophy and spirituality, a doorway not to a place, but to a state beyond all things. Imagine a door, not just any door, but one that leads nowhere. It stands silently, inviting yet empty. When we open it, we enter a realm devoid of noise, thought, and meaning. This doorway symbolizes the boundary between our familiar world of existence and the vast unknown of nothingness. Nothingness is often misunderstood. We think of it as mere emptiness or void, a simple absence. But in philosophy, nothingness is much deeper. It is the space where all concepts dissolve, the end of duality, where subject and object, self and other cease to exist. It's not chaos or fear, but a profound stillness beyond comprehension. Many thinkers have pondered this mystery. Existential philosophers like Jean-Paul Sartre and Martin Heidegger saw nothingness as essential to our experience of being. They suggest that by confronting nothingness, we confront the freedom and responsibility of existence itself. It is through recognizing the possibility of non-being that life gains urgency and authenticity. In Eastern traditions, nothingness is revered as pure potential. In Zen Buddhism, for example, the path to enlightenment involves seeing through the illusions of self and ego, stepping into a state often described as emptiness or void. This void is not a blank void, but a space of pure awareness beyond all attachments and distractions. Approaching the doorway to nothingness requires courage. It means letting go of all that we hold on to, our fears, desires, and identities, and surrendering to the unknown. In that surrender, we find a paradoxical freedom. We are not lost, but liberated from the chains of thought and ego. So what lies beyond the doorway? Perhaps nothing, or perhaps everything. The doorway to nothingness invites us to pause, to still our minds, and to glimpse the vast expanse beyond existence. In that silent space, we may discover the deepest truth, that nothingness is not the end, but a doorway to awakening. The island of solitary minds. Imagine a remote island shrouded in mist and mystery. This is the island of solitary minds, a place where every thought floats freely, unbound by outside influence. Here, each mind exists in gentle solitude, exploring the depths of consciousness without distraction. It's a sanctuary for reflection, a realm where the self encounters itself. On this island, the boundaries between mind and world blur. Thoughts ripple like waves, sometimes calm, sometimes turbulent, yet always uniquely our own. It invites us to ponder an ancient question: what is the nature of the self? Are we merely bundles of experiences, or is there an essence beyond the mind's activity? The island whispers the truth that understanding begins within. Isolation here is not loneliness, but a deep communion with the inner life. It echoes the philosophy of Descartes, who famously declared, "I think, therefore I am." On the island of solitary minds, thinking is not just proof of existence, it is the very landscape we inhabit. Each idea, each memory, forms the terrain we navigate in search of meaning. Yet the island also presents a paradox. While solitude allows clarity, endless isolation can blur the line between self and delusion. Philosophers like Sartre remind us that the presence of others shapes who we are. On this island, though alone, the solitary mind must remain vigilant, differentiating genuine insight from the shadows of the imagination. The island of solitary minds embodies a journey inward, encouraging us to embrace stillness amid the noise of life. It teaches that in that quiet space, consciousness unfolds like a lotus, revealing layers of thought, feeling, and awareness. It's here we meet the essence of being, not as a fixed point, but as an ongoing process of becoming. As we leave the island, we carry its lesson gently in our hearts. In a world bustling with distractions, the ability to retreat into the solitude of our minds is a precious gift. It reminds us, true wisdom often arises when we listen to the silent depths within. The island of solitary minds is not just a place, it is a state of awareness to which we may all return. The problem of infinite regress. Welcome to today's exploration of a classic puzzle in philosophy, the problem of infinite regress. Imagine you're trying to understand why something is true or why something exists. Often we explain one thing by pointing to another. But what happens if every explanation just leads to another question? That's the heart of the infinite regress problem. Infinite regress happens when a chain of reasoning or causes never ends. Instead of finding a solid foundation, you end up going back through endless steps with no clear starting point. This can be confusing and troubling because it means you never reach a final answer. Philosophers have debated whether infinite regress is a real problem or just a quirk of how we think. One common example comes from asking why something is true. Suppose you say, "This statement is true because of that statement." Then you ask, why is that second statement true? And get another explanation. If you keep going forever, you face an infinite regress. No final reason is given, so the explanation feels incomplete. Infinite regress also appears in questions of cause and effect. For example, if every event has a cause, what caused the first cause? If there is no first cause, then the chain stretches back infinitely. Some thinkers argue that without a first cause, or an uncaused cause, the whole chain of events can't be explained. Others suggest that the chain can be infinite without problem, but this is a matter of deep debate. Philosophers have proposed different ways to solve or avoid infinite regress. One way is to find a foundational explanation that doesn't need another cause or reason. This foundational element acts as a stopping point. For example, some argue that God is the uncaused cause that stops the infinite regress. Others turn to basic facts or principles that simply are, needing no further explanation. Alternatively, some philosophers accept the regress but see it as harmless or infinite by nature. They suggest that some explanations are part of an endless chain, and that's just how reality is structured. This view embraces the infinite rather than trying to stop it. The liar who always tells the truth. Imagine a person who is known as a liar. Every time they speak, you expect their words to be false. But what if this liar suddenly tells the truth? What would that mean? Would it be possible for a liar to always tell the truth? Philosophy often explores puzzles like these, using them to make us think about language, truth, and meaning. At first, the idea of a liar who always tells the truth sounds impossible. A liar, by definition, is someone who lies. To tell the truth would seem to contradict their nature. But let's take a closer look. When we call someone a liar, we usually mean they say things that are false. But telling the truth doesn't have to happen all the time. Maybe this person lies most of the time, but at certain moments chooses to speak honestly. In that case, they are not always lying. They are mostly liars, but not completely. Now consider a different idea. What if this liar says something true, but only because they want others to believe a lie later? Is that still telling the truth? Here, the liar uses the truth as a tool, a way to trick people. This suggests that truth and lies are connected in complex ways. Sometimes, truth can serve deception. Philosophers have long studied statements like, "I am lying now." This is called the liar paradox. If the statement is true, then the person is lying, which means the statement is false. But if it is false, then the person is not lying, so the statement is true. This loop challenges our understanding of truth and falsehood. In real life, people are not simply liars or truth tellers. Our words have layers of meaning, intention, and context. The liar who always tells the truth might be someone who reveals truth unknowingly while trying to deceive. Or they might be someone who changes over time, moving from lies to honesty. The story of the liar who always tells the truth teaches us something important. Truth and lies are not always clear-cut. They depend on intention, context, and even on how we interpret words. Sometimes what seems impossible at first can open new ways to think about human communication and the nature of truth itself. The heap that disappeared, one grain at a time. Imagine a large heap of sand, strong and solid. Now, picture taking away just one tiny grain. Is it still a heap? Most would say yes. Now take away another single grain. Still a heap? Probably. But what if you keep doing this, grain by grain, until nothing is left? At what point does the heap stop being a heap? This is the ancient puzzle known as the Sorites paradox, or the paradox of the heap. The Sorite paradox arises from vague concepts. Words like heap, bald, or tall don't have clear-cut boundaries. When does hair loss make someone bald? When does a pile of sand become a heap? Our language struggles to draw precise lines in a world full of continuous change. Philosophers have wrestled with this question for thousands of years. The paradox was first noted by the ancient Greeks. They used it to explore how vagueness challenges logic and reason. It shows that small changes, when accumulated, can lead to surprising contradictions. If removing one grain cannot destroy the heap and repeating this step many times eventually leaves nothing, it suggests an impossible situation. The heap both exists and does not exist, depending on how you look at it. This paradox pushes us to rethink the nature of concepts and categories. Modern approaches suggest several ways to address the problem. One is to accept vagueness as inherent in language. Words like heap do not have sharp boundaries but fuzzy edges instead. Another method introduces degrees of truth, saying something can be mostly a heap or almost not a heap. The Sorites paradox also teaches us about the limits of human knowledge. Sometimes certainty is impossible. Life's complexities and continuous changes don't always fit neatly into rigid definitions. Instead of seeking absolute answers, we learn to embrace uncertainty. So the heap disappears one grain at a time, but so does the idea that every puzzle has a simple solution. In our daily lives, this reminds us to question what we take for granted, to reflect on the words we use, and to recognize the subtle, gradual transitions that shape our world. The heap that vanished grain by grain is not just a story about sand. It is a lesson about the mysteries woven into the very fabric of language, thought, and reality. What do you consider a heap? And at what point does something change into something else? The answers may not be clear, but the questions invite us to think deeper. The machine that makes you happy forever. Imagine a machine that can make you happy forever. A device where, once you step inside, you feel endless joy, peace, and contentment. No worries, no sadness, just pure happiness forever. Sounds like a dream, doesn't it? But what if such a machine existed? Would you use it? Would that be living a good life? Philosophers have long wondered about happiness and what it truly means. Is happiness simply a feeling, or is it something deeper, connected to living a meaningful life, achieving goals, or forming real connections with others? The idea of a happiness machine challenges us to think about these questions. Suppose you connect yourself to this machine. It stimulates your brain to create feelings of happiness constantly. You never feel pain, anxiety, or dissatisfaction again. But here's the catch. You don't do anything else. You don't learn, grow, or experience the natural ups and downs of life. You just float in a peaceful, endless bliss. One famous philosopher, Robert Nozick, called this thought experiment the experience machine. He asked, "Would you choose the machine or real life?" Many people say no. Why? Because real happiness is not just about feelings. It's about being the person you want to be, about engaging with reality, even if that means facing pain and struggle. This raises a deeper question. What do we value more, feeling happy or living authentically? Is a life filled with fake happiness worth more than a life with real experiences, both good and bad? The happiness machine pushes us to consider what makes our lives truly valuable. At its core, this idea reminds us that happiness isn't just a state to achieve and keep. It's part of a bigger journey. It involves challenges, growth, and sometimes discomfort. Maybe true happiness comes from embracing all parts of life, not escaping from them. So, would you choose the happiness machine? Or would you choose a messy, unpredictable, real life? The choice may tell us more about what we really want than we think. After all, the pursuit of happiness is not just about feeling good, it's about finding meaning in the experience of being alive, the mirror that can't reflect itself. Imagine a mirror. It sits quietly, waiting to reveal the truth that stands before it. When you hold up your hand, the mirror shows your hand. When you smile, the mirror reflects your smile. But now ask yourself, can the mirror reflect itself? Can it see its own face? At first, this seems like a simple question, but it reveals a deep philosophical mystery. A mirror can only reflect what is put in front of it. It shows you, me, the world around it, but it cannot reflect its own image. A mirror tries to see itself, but all it captures is what lies beyond it. This limitation points to something profound about perception and self-awareness. Think about this. If a mirror cannot see itself, can any object truly see or understand itself fully? When you look at yourself in the mirror, you see your reflection, but is that really you? It's just an image, a surface representation, not the entirety of who you are. The mirror, like us, offers only a partial view. It can show your face, but not your thoughts. It can reveal your body, but not your mind. This idea draws us into the realm of self-acknowledge. How well do we know ourselves? Like the mirror, our minds reflect parts of our identity, our memories, feelings, and experiences. But can we ever stand outside ourselves to reflect upon the whole self completely? Some philosophers suggest this is impossible. Just as a mirror cannot capture its own image, we cannot fully grasp our own being from an outside perspective. The mirror's inability to reflect itself also speaks to the limits of objective knowledge. When we try to understand something completely, especially ourselves, we face a boundary. This boundary reminds us to be humble and curious, acknowledging that some aspects of reality and consciousness might always remain just beyond our full grasp. The prison of eternal recurrence. Imagine waking up every day to live the exact same life, over and over again. Every choice you make, every word you say, each joy and sorrow, endlessly repeating without change. This is the essence of the prison of eternal recurrence. The idea of eternal recurrence comes from ancient philosophy, most famously explored by Friedrich Nietzsche. It suggests that the universe and our lives are trapped in a cycle, looping forever. This means that everything you experience now will happen again and again for all eternity. At first, this may sound like a nightmare, a prison from which there is no escape. If every pain, every mistake, and every failure repeats endlessly, how can one find meaning or freedom? Would life then be nothing more than a cruel sentence? Nietzsche himself considered this possibility deeply, questioning how we might respond if this truth were revealed to us. But beyond despair, the prison of eternal recurrence challenges us to think differently about life. If you knew you had to live this very moment again and again, would you still make the same choices? Would you complain about your circumstances or strive to embrace every experience fully? This thought pushes us toward a heightened awareness, urging us to live authentically, to find joy in the present, and to accept life as it is. The prison metaphor here is powerful. Eternal recurrence can feel like a trap, limiting our freedom. Yet it can also be a teacher, showing us that freedom lies not in changing the past, which we can't, but in the attitude we carry forward. True freedom might come from affirming life so completely that each moment becomes worthy of eternal return. In this way, the prison of eternal recurrence is not just a cosmic constraint, but a philosophical invitation. It asks us to reconsider the way we live, to transform the repetitive nature of existence into a reason for courage and creativity. Rather than a punishment, eternal return can be a call to live with purpose, to embrace life's cycles, finding in them a path to deep meaning. So the next time you think of routine or repetition as dull or confining, remember that within the prison of eternal recurrence lies the possibility of liberation, a chance to cherish life so profoundly that you would welcome its endless return. The observer who shapes reality. Imagine a world where reality itself depends on observation. Picture this. Until you look at something, it exists in many possible states, like a fog of endless potential. Only when you observe it does this fog collapse into a specific form. This idea takes us deep into one of the most fascinating questions in philosophy and science: the role of the observer in shaping reality. At the heart of this idea is the concept that the act of observing is not just passive but creative. Think about a simple example from the quantum world. Tiny particles like electrons don't have fixed positions or speeds until we measure them. Before observation, they exist in a superposition, a blend of all possible states at once. When we observe, this superposition collapses and the particle takes on a definite state. This suggests that reality is not fixed and independent, but somehow linked to our observation. This raises profound philosophical questions. Does reality exist without being observed? If no one looks at a tree falling in the forest, does it make a sound? More intriguingly, do our minds play a role in bringing the universe into existence as we know it? These questions challenge the classical view of an objective world existing independently from us. Some philosophers and scientists go even further, proposing that consciousness itself is the foundational fabric of reality. They argue that the universe is not made of matter alone, but is co-created through the interaction of observer and observed. This view moves beyond seeing ourselves as mere spectators. Instead, we become active participants in the unfolding of the universe. The idea that the observer shapes reality also echoes ancient philosophical traditions, where reality is seen as fluid and interconnected with human awareness. In many Eastern philosophies, the boundary between self and world is blurred. Observation is an act of relational engagement, not just a mechanical recording of facts. But what does this mean for our everyday lives? If reality is partly shaped by us, then our perceptions, beliefs, and intentions gain extraordinary significance. It invites us to consider how we might influence our world simply by how we choose to perceive and interact with it. Ultimately, the observer who shapes reality teaches us that knowledge and existence are deeply intertwined. It invites us to view ourselves not as isolated entities observing a separate universe, but as creators participating in the ongoing dance of existence itself, the black swan that changes everything. In life, we often expect things to follow a certain pattern. We believe the future will be like the past. But sometimes, something appears, something rare, unexpected, and powerful enough to change everything. This is what we call a black swan. A black swan is an event that is surprising, has a huge impact, and is often explained in hindsight, as if it were predictable. Most of us live thinking the world is mostly predictable. We plan our days, our careers, and our lives based on what has happened before. But the black swan reminds us that not everything can be predicted. Sometimes, the unthinkable happens. Think about the story of the black swan itself. For many centuries, people in the Western world believed all swans were white. It was a fact that seemed certain. Then explorers traveled to Australia and discovered black swans. Suddenly, a hard truth broke the old belief and changed what everyone thought was possible. This simple discovery shifted an entire way of understanding the natural world. Now imagine this idea in our own lives. A black swan event could be anything: a sudden breakthrough in technology, a major world event, or even a personal moment that alters the course of your life. These events can surprise us, cause disruption, but also open new possibilities. They force us to rethink and adapt. Philosophy teaches us to question what we accept as truth and to embrace uncertainty. The black swan is a reminder of this. It shows that no matter how much we know, there is always something beyond our current understanding or control. This humility helps us stay open-minded and resilient. Instead of fearing the unknown, the black swan encourages us to prepare for it. It invites us to build lives and systems that can absorb shocks, learn from surprises, and grow stronger. In this way, the black swan that changes everything becomes not just a challenge, but an opportunity. So, the next time something unexpected happens, remember the black swan. Remember that change, even when it is startling, can lead us to deeper wisdom and new horizons. Embrace the unknown, because sometimes it is in the unexpected where life's true meaning unfolds. The unknowable thing in itself. Imagine a world where everything we perceive, the colors, sounds, textures, is just a shadow of a deeper reality we can never truly know. This idea leads us to the concept of the thing in itself, a notion central to the philosophy of Immanuel Kant. The thing in itself, or noumenon, is the reality that exists beyond our senses, beyond our minds, and beyond all forms of our experience. When you look at a tree, you see its green leaves, its rough bark, and you might hear the rustling of leaves in the wind. But what is the tree really in itself, independent of your perceptions? According to Kant, this true nature of the tree is the thing in itself, and crucially, it is unknowable to us. Our senses and mental categories can never fully grasp this reality because they shape the way we experience things, not how things actually are on their own. This idea points to a fundamental limit of human knowledge. We often assume that by observing and analyzing the world we can uncover ultimate truths. But Kant suggests that our knowledge is always filtered through a lens, a filter made up of our senses and mind structures. This means reality as we experience it is always a phenomenon, something shaped by our perspective. The thing in itself remains hidden, unreachable, like a horizon we can see but never cross. This has profound implications. It challenges the belief that science or direct observation alone can reveal everything about the world. Instead, it invites a kind of philosophical humility. We must accept that there are aspects of reality that lie beyond human understanding. The thing in itself is a reminder that there is always mystery at the heart of existence. In philosophy, then, the thing in itself is not just an abstract idea, but a powerful tool to think about the limits of knowledge. It draws a clear line between what the world is for us and what the world is in itself, independent of us. And although we can never directly know the thing in itself, its presence shapes how we approach all inquiry. It points us toward wonder, curiosity, and the acceptance that some truths remain forever beyond our grasp. The illusion of now. Time is often thought of as a straightforward flow, past, present, future, like a river moving steadily onward. We live our lives anchored in what we call now, the present moment, assuming it is the only real point in time where experience occurs. But what if the now is an illusion? What if the present moment doesn't truly exist in the way we believe it does? Philosophers and scientists have long debated the nature of time. In everyday life, we divide time into past, present, and future as if they are distinct. We hold memories of the past, act in the present, and plan for the future. Yet, modern physics challenges this common sense view. According to Einstein's theory of relativity, time is not universal or absolute. Instead, It is woven together with space into a four-dimensional fabric called space-time. This means that what one observer experiences as now can differ from another person's now depending on their motion and position. The idea that the present moment is a special slice of time is called presentism. Presentism suggests only the present is real, while the past and future are unreal or merely potential. But the theory of relativity suggests something called the block universe view. In the block universe, past, present, and future all coexist simultaneously. Time does not flow, rather all moments exist equally and eternally. Our experience of now is just our consciousness moving along a path through this timeless block. Philosophers also explore how our minds experience time. Neuroscience shows that our brain integrates sensory inputs over short intervals to create the feeling of a continuous present. Yet, this integration takes time, creating a tiny delay. So the now we perceive is already slightly in the past. The brain stitches together memories and predictions, making the present a constructed impression, not a direct capture of an objective moment. If now is an illusion, what does that mean for how we live? It invites us to rethink how we relate to time. Instead of clinging to a fleeting moment, we might see ourselves as part of a larger, timeless whole. Moments come and go, but all our experiences are contained in the vast expanse of time, past, present, and future, as one continuous reality. Understanding the illusion of now can bring a deeper sense of peace. The pressure to seize the moment disappears when we realize moments are not isolated points but part of a seamless tapestry. In this light, time becomes less a thief and more a friend, inviting us to flow gently with life's eternal rhythm. The puzzle of why there is something at all. Why is there something rather than nothing? This question has puzzled thinkers for centuries. At first glance, it might seem simple. After all, we live in a world full of things. But when we pause and reflect deeply, it becomes one of the biggest mysteries in philosophy and science. Imagine the universe as a vast, empty space. Why did something ever arise in that emptiness? Why is there a universe with stars, planets, life, and consciousness instead of just an endless void? This puzzle touches on the very nature of existence itself. Some thinkers suggest that nothing is actually unstable. In other words, it might be impossible for nothingness to truly exist because the laws of physics favor something coming into being. Quantum physics hints at this idea, showing that particles can spontaneously appear from what we call a vacuum. But does this explain why there is something instead of nothing? Not entirely, because it pushes the mystery back another step, to why the laws of physics exist at all. To why the laws of physics exist at all. Philosophers also explore different possibilities. One idea is that the universe has always existed in some form and never really came from nothing. Maybe time stretches infinitely backward, so there was never a moment of nothingness. Others propose that there is a necessary being or principle, a fundamental reality that must exist and cannot not exist. This necessary entity could be the reason there is something rather than nothing. Then there are those who say the question might not even make sense as we think about it. Perhaps nothing is not a stable concept. Maybe it is impossible for absolute nothingness to exist. If so, then the universe's existence is simply a given reality, something we must accept. The puzzle of why there is something rather than nothing invites us to step beyond everyday thinking. It asks us to consider the deepest layers of reality, existence, and causality. While we may not have a definitive answer, exploring this question encourages curiosity and wonder about the universe and our place within it. In the end, the mystery remains. The question itself is a gateway to understanding the profound and awe-inspiring nature of existence. And maybe, in embracing the unknown, we find a richer appreciation for the fact that there is something at all, the universe that thinks itself alive. Imagine a universe that not only exists but knows it exists, a universe that is awake, aware, and thinking, aware of itself across the vastness of space and time. This might sound like science fiction or ancient philosophy, but it nudges us toward a profound idea: the universe as a living, thinking whole. From the smallest atom to the largest galaxy, everything in the universe is connected. The stars, planets, and even the particles inside us are part of a cosmic web of relationships. But what if this connectivity hints at something deeper? What if the universe isn't just a collection of dead things, but something like a giant mind, a self-aware entity thinking through us and everything around us? Philosophers have long wondered about the nature of consciousness. Traditionally, we think of thinking as something that happens only inside our brains. But some ideas push us to consider that consciousness might be a fundamental feature of reality itself. This means that, at some level, the universe could be conscious, not just us. Nature shows us cycles of growth, change, and renewal. Trees grow, animals learn, planets evolve, and galaxies spin in endless dance. These processes feel alive, as if the universe is constantly creating and recreating itself. When living beings reflect and ask questions, like we are doing now, it's almost as if the universe is gazing back at itself through us. Science gives us clues, too. Our brains emerged from the natural world, made of the same stuff as stars and space. The electricity in our neurons echoes the energy coursing through the cosmos. Could this mean that our thoughts are not separate from the universe, but expressions of its own thinking? Contemplating a universe that thinks itself alive invites us to change how we see ourselves. Instead of isolated beings, we become part of a great cosmic mind, participating in a vast, universal consciousness. It encourages a sense of wonder and belonging, a feeling that we are not alone but deeply connected to all that is. In this light, the universe is not just out there, it is within us. It is alive in every breath and every thought, thinking itself into existence, moment by moment. And in this mysterious way, the cosmos becomes more than space and matter. It becomes a story of life and awareness unfolding without end, the silent logic of nothingness. In the vast expanse of existence, there lies a concept both simple and profound, the silent logic of nothingness. Nothingness is not merely the absence of things. It is a quiet presence, a space where all possibilities begin and endings gently dissolve. To understand nothingness is to step beyond the noise of our busy minds, beyond the chatter of relentless thought, and listen to the silence that shapes reality itself. Philosophy often treats nothingness as a paradox. How can nothing be something? Yet, nothingness is more than just a void. It is the ground upon which everything arises. Imagine a blank canvas before the first stroke of paint. The canvas is empty, yet it holds infinite potential. Nothingness, like that canvas, holds the unspoken rules of existence, the silent logic that allows form and meaning to emerge. The logic here is subtle. It is not the kind of logic we use to solve puzzles or build arguments. This logic is about the rhythms of being and non-being, the dance between presence and absence. It teaches us that emptiness is not lack, but a space filled with possibility. In the quiet of nothingness, creation breathes. Our minds tend to fear nothingness because it demands surrender. It asks us to let go of certainty, control, and even identity. Yet in doing so, it reveals clarity. When we stop rushing to fill every moment with thought or action, when we accept the silence, we touch a profound truth. Nothingness is the backdrop against which life's meaning unfolds. It is the unspoken framework within which every thought, every emotion, and every existence takes shape. In this way, nothingness is not an enemy to be overcome. It is a friend to be embraced. It invites us to rest in the gaps, to find peace in the pauses. Through this silent logic, we learn that sometimes the most profound truths emerge, not from what is said or done, but from what remains unsaid and undone. So when you find yourself overwhelmed by the noise of life, remember the silent logic of nothingness. In its stillness lies the wisdom of being. It whispers the secret that nothingness is not empty, it is full, full of potential, full of peace, full of the quiet logic that holds the universe together, the multiverse behind every choice. Imagine a universe where every choice you make creates a new path, a new reality. This idea is called the multiverse, the notion that countless parallel worlds exist, each branching off from every decision you make, from the simplest act, like choosing what to wear, to the most profound, like deciding where to live. The multiverse suggests that every possible outcome happens somewhere. In one reality, you took a different turn. In another, you said yes instead of no. Each choice is a doorway to a new world. Philosophically, this touches on the concept of free will and determinism. Are our choices truly free, or are they merely part of a predetermined flow? The multiverse theory opens a fascinating middle ground. It implies that while we experience one path, all others also unfold, existing in parallel. Rather than a single destiny, there is an infinite web of possibilities. Our sense of making a choice is real, yet it also creates multiple versions of ourselves, living out every potential life. This perspective invites us to consider the nature of reality itself. What defines real if countless universes exist simultaneously? Are the worlds where different choices were made any less real than the one we experience? The multiverse challenges us to broaden our understanding beyond the limits of our senses. It suggests that reality is vast and layered, and our individual experience is just one narrative among an endless collection. On a deeper level, this idea can influence how we view our decisions and their meaning. If every outcome exists somewhere, does that diminish the importance of making a choice? Or does it empower us to act, knowing that our lived experience is unique? Perhaps the multiverse reminds us that what matters most is not the outcome itself, but the conscious act of choosing and living our story with intention. So next time you face a decision, imagine the countless worlds arising from your choice, each filled with a version of you. This thought can bring a sense of wonder, humility, and freedom, a reminder that behind every decision lies an infinite multiverse, eternally unfolding, the mind that cannot doubt itself. What if there was a mind that could never question its own existence? A mind trapped in certainty, forever unable to doubt what it knows. Doubt is often seen as a troubling state, a source of anxiety or confusion, but doubt is also a crucial part of thinking. It allows us to question what we believe, to test our assumptions, and to grow in understanding. Imagine a mind so confident that it never hesitates. It is certain of every thought, every sensation, every belief. At first, this seems like a perfect mind. No confusion, no uncertainty. But with certainty comes a lack of flexibility. If you never doubt, you can never learn something new or correct a mistake. Doubt opens the door to discovery. Philosophers have long wondered about the role of doubt. René Descartes famously began his philosophical journey by doubting everything he could. He found that even if he doubted, he must exist as a thinking being. I think, therefore I am. This radical doubt was necessary to find something absolutely certain, but a mind that cannot doubt would never reach this step. It would rest in hollow certainty, never asking questions beneath the surface. A mind without doubt might also lose the ability to reflect. Reflection requires stepping back, questioning your own thoughts, and seeing them from different angles. Without self-doubt, the mind would become rigid, repeating the same patterns without awareness. On the other hand, some modern ideas suggest doubt can be paralyzing. Excessive doubt can lead to indecision and fear. That's why balance is important. The mind that doubted everything might suffer just as much as the mind that never doubts. Ultimately, a mind that cannot doubt itself is limited. It cannot grow or adapt because it does not recognize the possibility of error. Doubt is not a weakness, but a necessary step in thinking deeply about ourselves and the world. It is the spark that ignites curiosity and the engine of learning. So next time you feel uncertain, remember that doubt is not your enemy. It is the guide that leads us beyond the limits of our current understanding toward new insights and deeper wisdom. A mind that doubts itself is a mind alive and awake. The circle of samsara. The circle of samskara is a profound concept found in many Eastern philosophies and religions, especially in Hinduism and Buddhism. It represents the continuous cycle of birth, life, death, and rebirth. At its core, samskara is the endless journey of the soul or consciousness through various forms and experiences driven by the forces of karma. Imagine life as a wheel, constantly turning without pause. This wheel symbolizes samsara, and with each rotation, a soul passes through different lifetimes. Each life is shaped by the actions, thoughts, and intentions from previous lives. These cause and effect relationships are known as karma, which influences the conditions of one's next existence. Good deeds and positive intentions can lead to better circumstances, while negative actions can result in challenges and suffering in the future. The cycle of samsara is often seen as a source of suffering because it traps beings in patterns of desire, attachment, and dissatisfaction. No matter what we achieve or accumulate in life, these do not bring lasting happiness. Instead, they deepen the bonds to the material world and perpetuate the cycle. As a result, the soul finds itself constantly reborn into new experiences, each bringing its own joys and pains. Breaking free from this cycle is a central aim in many spiritual traditions. This liberation is known as moksha or nirvana. It is a state where the soul transcends the fluctuations of samsara, escaping the endless turning of the wheel. Achieving this freedom requires profound insight, self-awareness, and the dissolution of attachments and ignorance. The teachings encourage mindfulness and compassion as tools for unraveling the chains of samsara. By understanding the impermanent nature of life and reducing selfish desires, one can gradually move toward liberation. Meditation, ethical living, and wisdom are key practices on this path. In essence, the circle of samsara invites us to see life as a continuous evolution of the soul. It encourages reflection on our actions and their consequences, urging us to pursue spiritual growth. While samsara may seem like a prison, it is also an opportunity, a dynamic process leading towards awakening and ultimately freedom, the self that never was. Welcome to today's journey into philosophy, where we explore the idea of the self that never was. What does it mean to say that the self, the I we believe we are, might never have truly existed? Let's step carefully through this thought. When you think about yourself, you probably imagine a core identity that stays the same throughout your life. Maybe you picture a little voice inside your head or a consistent personal story that defines who you are. But some philosophers challenge this idea. They ask, is there really a fixed self behind all the thoughts, feelings, and experiences? Or could it be that the self is just an illusion, a story our minds tell to make sense of the world? One influential thinker, the ancient Buddhist philosopher Gaya, taught that what we call self is just a bundle of changing parts: sensations, perceptions, memories, and emotions. None of these parts alone is the self, and none stays the same forever. So, the self you feel you are right now is not the same self you were a moment ago, or the same as you will be tomorrow. This idea can be unsettling. We cling to the thought of a stable self because it gives us a sense of safety and identity. But if the self is always changing, what does that mean for who we really are? It suggests that the self is not a fixed entity, but a process, like a river that flows, always moving and never exactly the same. Modern psychology supports this view too. Studies show that our sense of self is constructed from countless small stories and experiences, and our brain continuously updates this narrative. There is no unchanging you inside, just a dynamic and ever-evolving consciousness. Why does this matter? Understanding the self as something that never truly existed in a fixed form can bring freedom. It allows us to let go of rigid identities, to become more open to change and growth. We can learn to see ourselves not as solid things, but as living processes, connected to everything around us. So next time you ask, "Who am I?" remember this. The self you seek might be a mirage, a beautiful and necessary illusion, and recognizing this can be the first step toward peace and deeper understanding. The holographic world beyond the veil. Imagine waking up one day to realize that everything you see, touch, and experience, the trees, the clouds, even your own body, is part of an intricate holographic projection. What if the world we live in isn't the solid, unchanging reality it seems to be, but a vast, shimmering illusion woven together by light and information? This is the idea behind the holographic world, a concept that challenges us to reconsider the very nature of existence and the boundaries between perception and truth. At the heart of this idea lies a profound question: what is real? We tend to trust what our senses reveal, believing that the physical world is the ultimate reality. Yet quantum physics and various mystic traditions hint at a deeper, hidden dimension, a veil that separates our everyday experience from a more fundamental truth. This veil is not a barrier, but a gateway, suggesting that beneath the surface of reality lies a holographic structure where everything is connected in a web of infinite information. In a hologram, every piece contains the whole. This means that even the smallest fragment of our universe reflects the entire cosmos. Imagine holding a broken shard of a holographic image. Within that tiny piece, you would still see the full picture, just at a different scale. Similarly, in the holographic world, each one of us carries the entire universe within ourselves. Our consciousness is not merely a product of isolated neurons, but a window into this boundless, interconnected reality. This perspective invites us to see beyond the veil, to awaken from the dream of separateness. When we acknowledge the holographic nature of existence, the lines between self and other begin to blur. We start to understand that what we perceive as external events are intimately tied to our own inner states. Thoughts, emotions, and intentions ripple through this holographic fabric, shaping the reality we collectively share. The holographic world beyond the veil teaches us that reality is not fixed or objective. It is fluid, dynamic, and profoundly interdependent. As we explore these ideas, we are called not just to observe, but to participate, to become conscious creators of the reality unfolding around us. In this great cosmic dance, the veil lifts, revealing a universe where mind and matter, the seen and unseen, are one. The cosmic dice game. Imagine the universe as a vast cosmic dice game. At every moment, countless possibilities roll across the fabric of existence, shaping reality in ways both mysterious and profound. This idea invites us to explore the role of chance, choice, and order in the grand design of everything that is. From the simplest grains of sand to the most distant galaxies, everything seems caught in a dance of probability. The cosmic dice game tells us that beneath the appearance of certainty, there is a hidden randomness that governs the flow of events. Philosophers have long pondered whether this randomness is truly blind or if it somehow reveals a deeper meaning. Consider the famous quantum world, where particles do not have fixed positions until observed. Here, the dice are not just a metaphor, but a fundamental part of nature itself. This challenges our belief in a predictable universe and invites us to embrace uncertainty as an essential truth. But the cosmic dice game is not just about randomness. It also hints at the interplay between free will and destiny. Are we players rolling the dice, making choices that shape our path? Or are we spectators, watching predetermined outcomes unfold? The answer may lie somewhere in between, where chance and choice both have a role to play. This game also reflects the philosophical idea of impermanence. Just like a dice roll, each moment is fleeting and unique, never to be repeated. It encourages us to appreciate the present, knowing that life is a series of unpredictable, transient events. In the end, the cosmic dice game invites us to find peace in uncertainty. Instead of fearing the unknown, we learn to dance with it. We realize that mystery itself is a kind of beauty, a paradox that enriches our experience. So the next time you feel lost or overwhelmed, remember the cosmic dice game. Life is an endless roll of chance, full of surprise and wonder. Embrace the unknown, trust the process, and find joy in the mysterious play of the universe, the infinite library of possibilities. Imagine a place without doors or walls, where every book ever written and every story yet to be told exists all at once. This place is the infinite library of possibilities. It is not just a library filled with books, but a symbol for the vastness of life's potential and the endless choices we face. Each book represents a possible path, a different decision, or a unique moment in time. The library itself is infinite, implying that possibilities have no limits, stretching beyond what we can imagine. In this infinite library, each volume holds a different version of reality. One book might tell the story of a life you chose if you had taken a different turn in a past decision. Another might explore an entirely new idea or path you have never considered. This teaches us a basic yet profound idea. Our lives are shaped by countless choices, and every choice creates a new possibility, a new reality waiting to unfold. Philosophers often speak of this idea using the concept of possible worlds. These are not worlds you can physically visit, but imagined alternatives where different events happen or different decisions are made. Thinking about possible worlds helps us understand that life is more than just what is happening now. It is about what could have been and what still might be. The infinite library also reminds us of free will, the power to choose our own path. Even though the future is unknown and wide open, we are not lost. Instead, we hold the key to which book we write next. Every decision, no matter how small, is like picking up a new book from the shelf. That choice shapes the story of our lives and contributes to the infinite tapestry of possibilities. In this way, the infinite library of possibilities invites us to appreciate both uncertainty and hope. It gently encourages us to embrace the unknown, knowing that endless opportunities lie before us. Life itself becomes a story in progress, always ready to turn the page to a new chapter. So, as you rest and reflect, imagine yourself wandering through this endless library. Feel the freedom and wonder in knowing that your next step could lead to a story yet unwritten, a possibility yet unexplored, and a future made up of infinite choices, the light that cannot see itself. Light is one of the most familiar things in our world. It brightens our days, reveals colors, and helps us see everything around us. But there is a strange truth about light. It cannot see itself. Light shines outward, illuminating everything else, but it never truly shines back on itself. This idea is simple but deeply fascinating. Light travels endlessly, moving in waves or tiny particles called photons. When we look at a candle or the sun, we see light reflected from those sources. But can light see light? The answer is no. Light has no eyes, no consciousness, no ability to observe. It is pure energy moving through space, always reaching outward to other things, but never turning inward. This mystery offers a powerful metaphor for understanding ourselves and our minds. Like light, we experience the world through what our senses illuminate. We perceive objects, faces, and colors, but what about the mind itself? Can the mind truly observe itself, just as light cannot see itself? Philosophers have pondered this question for thousands of years. Some say the mind can only know what shines on other things, not itself. Others believe self-awareness is like a special kind of light, one that can reflect inward. Yet this inward reflection is never perfect or complete, just as light never fully reveals itself. The boundary between what can be seen and what cannot is where mystery lives. The light that cannot see itself reminds us that some truths lie beyond full understanding. Our thoughts, feelings, and consciousness might always remain partly hidden, like light moving endlessly but never facing its own glow. By embracing this mystery, we learn humility. We discover that some parts of existence are simply beyond clear view. Instead of forcing understanding, we can rest in the quiet wonder of not knowing. So when you think about light, remember, it illuminates the world but not itself. This simple fact invites us to explore our own depths with gentle curiosity. The light that cannot see itself becomes a symbol, a gentle reminder of the subtle limits of vision, knowledge, and self-awareness. And in that quiet space, maybe, just maybe, something profound begins to shine. The paradox of omnipotence. The paradox of omnipotence is one of the most fascinating puzzles in philosophy. It asks a simple yet mind-bending question. Can an all-powerful being create a task that it cannot complete? For example, can a being that is omnipotent create a rock so heavy that it cannot lift it? If the answer is yes, then there is something the being cannot do, lift that rock. But if the answer is no, then there is something it cannot do, create the rock. Either way, it seems to limit the being's power. This paradox challenges the very idea of what it means to be all-powerful. Omnipotence is often defined as the ability to do anything without restriction. But the paradox shows that some concepts might be inherently contradictory. If a task is logically impossible, like making a square circle or a rock so heavy that an omnipotent being cannot lift it, should it count as a limit on power? Or is it simply a meaningless phrase? Philosophers have approached this puzzle in different ways. Some argue that omnipotence does not include the power to do the logically impossible. After all, nonsense statements do not describe real tasks. In this view, the paradox is not a real problem, but a confusion about language and logic. Omnipotence means being able to do anything that is logically possible. Others suggest that the paradox helps us understand the nature of divine power. Perhaps omnipotence is not about doing the logically impossible, but about being all-powerful within the realm of what makes sense. This idea preserves the concept of an all-powerful being without falling into contradiction. The paradox of omnipotence also raises questions about human understanding of infinity and limits. Our minds are used to thinking in terms of finite actions and clear rules. When we imagine infinite power, it forces us to confront concepts that can seem contradictory or beyond comprehension. In the end, the paradox of omnipotence is less about proving the existence or non-existence of an all-powerful being. It is more about exploring the boundaries of logic, language, and our understanding of power. It invites us to think deeply about what it means to be unlimited and challenges us to consider how we define possibility itself. The dream within the dream. What is reality? This question has puzzled thinkers for centuries. One way to explore it is through the idea of the dream within the dream. This concept suggests that what we experience as waking life might itself be a kind of dream. Just like when we sleep and have vivid dreams, what if our daily reality is another layer of dreaming? Imagine you are dreaming right now. You see people, places, and events that feel real, However, the moment you wake up, you realize it was all a creation of your mind. Now think bigger. What if waking life, the world you think is real, is similar? This means that everything around you, the trees, the sky, the people, might be part of a larger dream or illusion. This idea is not just a fantasy. It appears in many philosophical traditions. Ancient thinkers like Plato talked about shadows on the cave wall, suggesting that what we see are mere reflections of a deeper truth. Eastern philosophies, such as those in Hinduism and Buddhism, speak of Maya, the illusion that veils the ultimate reality. These traditions encourage us to question if what we call real is only a surface appearance. The dream within the dream challenges our understanding of consciousness. If life is a dream, then who is dreaming it? Is there an individual self, or are we all part of one universal mind? Some argue that our sense of self is like a character in a play, temporarily taking on a role in this vast dream. This idea also raises questions about time and existence. In dreams, time can feel distorted and events can be disconnected. Similarly, our experience of time in reality might be fluid or even illusory. Perhaps past, present, and future coexist in ways we cannot easily grasp. Accepting life as a dream doesn't mean we deny its importance. Instead, it can inspire us to live more fully, knowing that the boundaries of reality are more flexible than we think. It invites us to awaken not from a sleep, but from unquestioned assumptions about what is real. In the end, the dream within the dream is a profound invitation to explore consciousness, perception, and existence. It urges us to look beyond appearances and seek the mystery beneath the surface. It asks, are we sleeping, or are we beginning to awaken? The tower built on uncertainty. Imagine a tower standing tall against the sky, its stones weathered, its structure impressive. Yet, beneath this grandeur lies a fragile truth. This tower is built on uncertainty. What does that mean? How can something so strong rest on something so unsure? Today, let's explore this idea. Let's think of life as a tower, standing firm but not on solid ground, rather on shifting sands. From childhood, we build our tower of understanding. Each stone is a belief, an assumption, a piece of knowledge. We learn about the world, about ourselves, about what is right and wrong. But these stones are not always firm. Sometimes they wobble under the weight of new ideas, new experiences. Uncertainty seeps in. What once seemed certain now feels shaky. Philosophy calls this the problem of knowledge. How do we know what we know? Can we trust our senses, our memories, our reasoning? Descartes, a famous thinker, asked himself the same question. He imagined doubting everything until he reached one unquestionable truth. I think, therefore I am. Even if everything else is uncertain, the act of doubting proves his existence. This is like the foundation stone of our tower. But beyond that foundation, the tower remains uncertain. Scientific theories shift, moral values evolve, personal beliefs change. The more we explore, the less certain some things become. Yet we keep building, keep climbing. Why? Because uncertainty itself is not the enemy. It invites curiosity. It encourages us to question, to learn, to grow. Our tower built on uncertainty teaches a vital lesson. It shows that life is not about having all the answers. It is about embracing the unknown. It is about balancing faith and doubt, knowledge and mystery. When we accept uncertainty, we gain freedom. We become open to new perspectives, ready to adapt. So the next time you feel unsure, remember the tower. Its strength lies not in absolute certainty, but in its willingness to stand despite the unpredictable winds. Embrace uncertainty. Let it be the foundation for your own journey, guiding you toward wisdom, compassion, and growth. The shadow of the infinite. Imagine standing at the edge of a vast ocean, stretching beyond the horizon, fading into a mist. This ocean is like the infinite, a concept so immense, so boundless, that it escapes our full understanding. In philosophy, infinity is not just about endless numbers or space. It speaks to something beyond the limits of human thought, something that casts a shadow over all finite things. When we say finite, we mean things with boundaries. Our lives, our thoughts, and everything we experience has edges, beginnings, and ends. The infinite, by contrast, has no edges. It is without limit, without cessation. Yet the infinite is not simply the endless extension of the finite. It is qualitatively different. The finite world exists within the shadow of the infinite, and this shadow shapes how we perceive reality. Think about how we approach knowledge. Every fact, every idea is a small island in the vast sea of the unknown. This unknown stretches infinitely. Our minds try to grasp the totality, but the infinite always remains just out of reach. This creates a tension, the finite striving to understand the infinite. In this tension, philosophy finds its deepest questions. The shadow of the infinite also appears in ethics. When we consider what is good or right, we often speak as if there is an ultimate good, a moral infinity. The rules and principles we create are finite, yet they point toward something greater, something perfect and all-encompassing. Our moral struggles, then, are attempts to live within the shadow of this moral infinity. In metaphysics, the infinite challenges us to think about existence itself. What does it mean to be? Is reality limited or boundless? Some philosophers see God as infinite, the ultimate being that transcends all limits. Others see the universe itself as infinite, a never-ending expanse without beginning or end. In either case, the infinite serves as a horizon against which all existence is measured. Finally, the shadow of the infinite invites humility. It reminds us of our place in a universe that is greater than our minds and bodies can fully grasp. This humility is not despair, but a call to wonder and exploration. It encourages us to embrace mystery and to find meaning even when certainty escapes us. The infinite may be beyond our reach, but its shadow touches every part of life, thought, and being. It shapes the way we understand ourselves and the world. In facing the infinite, we find both challenges and inspiration, a journey without end, the unraveling of absolute truths. What if everything you believe to be absolutely true began to unravel? Imagine a world where the certainties you hold dear, truths accepted without question, start to shift like sand beneath your feet. This unfolding is not about chaos for chaos' sake, but a gentle awakening to the complexity of reality. Throughout history, humans have sought absolute truths, immutable facts that stand beyond doubt. These truths have been the foundation of knowledge, morality, and even identity. Religious doctrines, scientific laws, and cultural norms often claim this unshakable authority. Yet, as time passes, many of these so-called absolutes are re-examined, challenged, and sometimes dissolved entirely. Why does this happen? One reason lies in perspective. Our understanding of the world is limited by our senses, language, and cultural context. What appears as an absolute truth in one era or society may become mere opinion in another. Consider the transition from believing the earth is flat to knowing it is round. For centuries, the flat earth was an unquestioned truth. When explorers and scientists gathered evidence, the absolute nature of this truth unraveled, revealing a more nuanced reality. This unraveling continues with deeper questions, morality and ethics. For some, right and wrong are fixed, absolute principles handed down from a higher power or ingrained in human nature. But others see these principles as evolving, shaped by history, culture, and empathy. As societies grow more connected and aware, the idea of universal moral truths becomes less clear-cut, inviting dialogue instead of decree. In science, too, truths are provisional. Theories once held as final are replaced by better explanations. This does not mean science is unreliable. Instead, it shows the strength of its method, always open to refinement. Knowledge becomes a dynamic journey, not a static destination. So the unraveling of absolute truths need not be frightening. It can be a liberation. It invites humility, curiosity, and openness. It teaches us to embrace doubt as a natural part of understanding. When we accept the fluidity of truth, we open ourselves to growth and deeper wisdom. The web of dependent origination, compared to many other differences. Imagine a vast web, intricate and delicate, where every strand is connected to countless others. This is the essence of the web of dependent origination, a fundamental concept in Buddhist philosophy that reveals how all phenomena arise in dependence upon conditions. In simple terms, nothing exists in isolation. Everything is interwoven in a continuous flow of causes and effects. At its core, dependent origination, or Paticcasamuppada, teaches that every event, feeling, or object comes into being because of something else. Like a row of falling dominoes, one condition sets another into motion. When one link is present, the next arises. When it ceases, the next also fades away. This chain is often depicted as 12 interconnected links, explaining the birth of suffering and the cycle of rebirth. But beyond this framework, the concept invites us to see the world as a dynamic, interconnected process rather than as fixed, self-contained entities. This web challenges our ordinary way of seeing things. We tend to think of the self, the I, as a solid, independent identity. Yet, according to dependent origination, the self emerges from a complex interplay of physical and mental factors: body, feelings, perceptions, intentions, and consciousness. None of these exists independently. All arise because of conditions, and all will change as conditions change. The self, then, is more like a flowing river than a static rock. Understanding this web has profound implications for how we relate to suffering and happiness. Suffering arises because we cling to ideas, objects, and even ourselves as permanent and independent. But if we see that these are all interdependent and impermanent, we begin to loosen the grip of attachment. This insight opens the path toward liberation, a freeing of mind from the chains of ignorance and craving. The web of dependent origination also extends beyond individual experience. It includes the natural world, society, and the cosmos, showing a universe held together by mutual cause and effect. Recognizing this interconnectedness fosters compassion, as we realize that harming another is ultimately harming ourselves. Life, in this view, is a harmonious dance where every movement affects the whole. So as you drift into rest, let your mind gently explore this web, a boundless network of causes and conditions, endlessly weaving the fabric of existence. In this understanding lies a subtle peace, a deep harmony with the unfolding flow of life itself, the quiet collapse of meaning. Imagine a world where words lose their weight, where meanings slip quietly from our grasp. This is the quiet collapse of meaning, a subtle unraveling of how we understand the world and ourselves. It's not a loud crash, but a slow fade, like a whispered secret dissolving in the wind. Language is our bridge to reality, the tool we use to share ideas, feelings, and truths. But what happens when the bridge weakens? When words become hollow sounds, divorced from the ideas they once carried? This collapse doesn't happen overnight. It creeps in through confusion, overuse, and loss of shared understanding. Common words like freedom, justice, or love become catch-alls, stripped of precision, leaving us uncertain about what we truly mean or seek. Philosophers have long worried about the problem of meaning. Ludwig Wittgenstein, a 20th century thinker, said that the meaning of a word is its use in language. When we stop using words carefully, their meaning erodes. If everyone uses a word differently, agreeing on anything becomes harder. This leads to frustration, miscommunication, and eventually a kind of cultural drift. In this drift, people might feel alienated. If words no longer anchor ideas, if meanings shift like sand, we lose a shared reality. Conversations become shallow or confusing, ideals become slogans, truth becomes subjective and slippery. This makes it harder to connect or find purpose, as the very tools we depend on to understand life feel unreliable. The quiet collapse of meaning also shows up in media and technology. Headlines are shortened to sound bites. Social media favors quick reactions over deep reflection. We consume information fast, but often without depth. This speeds the erosion as rich concepts flatten into clicks and views. Yet, there is hope. Awareness of this collapse can lead to a revival of mindful communication. We can slow down, clarify our ideas, and listen carefully. Meaning is not lost forever. It's a living thing that needs care. Through thoughtful speech and writing, through seeking genuine understanding, we can rebuild the bridges that connect us. The quiet collapse of meaning challenges us to pay attention to the words we choose, the thoughts we hold, and the others we share with. In mending meaning, we find not just clearer words, but clearer lives. The God who asks why. Imagine a God who doesn't just give answers, but asks questions. A God who, instead of declaring what is right or wrong, wonders why things are the way they are. This idea turns the usual picture of God upside down. Instead of a distant being with all the answers, we meet a curious presence, one engaged in a never-ending conversation with creation. In many traditions, God is seen as the ultimate knower, the source of all wisdom and truth. But what if, at the heart of the divine, there is wonder and openness? What if God's way of understanding the world is not by commanding or explaining, but by asking why? This question isn't just about seeking facts. It is about inviting reflection, growth, and connection. When God asks why, it shows a deep respect for freedom. It says that the world is not fixed in one way, but full of possibilities. Questions open space for us to think and choose. They invite us to explore life's meaning, to dig into our own hearts and minds. In this sense, God's questions become a sacred dialogue between the divine and us. A God who asks why also shares in our doubts and struggles. Sometimes life feels confusing or painful, and that why is part of our search for understanding. This God does not judge or condemn for asking difficult questions. Instead, the divine presence walks alongside us, inviting us to keep wondering. Philosophically, this idea challenges the notion of God as an all-knowing, unchanging being. It suggests that the divine nature might be dynamic, evolving with creation. Like a parent who listens carefully and learns from their child, this God learns with us. In the end, the God who asks why reminds us that life is a mystery to be explored, not a puzzle to be solved once and for all. This God invites us into a journey of discovery where questions are as important as answers. And in that, we find a kind of peace, not because we have everything figured out, but because we are not alone in our search. So when you lie awake at night wondering about the meaning of things, remember, there is a God who asks why with you. A God who invites you to keep asking, keep seeking, and keep wondering. Plus sauve, the thought that erases all thoughts. Have you ever wondered what it means to have a thought so powerful it dissolves every other thought in your mind? Today we explore the thought that erases all thoughts, a concept that invites us into the deepest silence within ourselves. Imagine your mind as a busy marketplace. Thoughts come and go like people, voices overlapping, each demanding attention. There is chatter, noise, excitement, and confusion. This is our everyday experience. Constant mental activity that rarely rests. Now, what if there were a thought so profound, so simple, that when it arises, it quiets the rest? This is not an ordinary thought. It is different from the kind we usually have. It doesn't analyze or judge. Instead, it holds the power to gently clear away the clutter. In many philosophical traditions, this idea surfaces as a path to inner peace. The ancient sages spoke of moments of pure awareness, times when the mind becomes still and thoughts fade into nothingness. This stillness is not emptiness, but a calm space where all distractions dissolve. Why does this happen? Because this special thought aligns with the deepest part of ourselves, the silent witness that watches all thoughts without getting involved. When this alignment occurs, ordinary thoughts lose their grip. They become like leaves floating away on a stream, leaving the mind clear and open. You might ask, what is this thought? Some call it simply being present. Others describe it as the recognition of now, the awareness of existence without the need to label or categorize. It is the pure experience of being, without story or interpretation. In practical terms, accessing this thought can bring immense relief. It reduces stress, calms anxiety, and prepares the mind for rest. It is why many meditation practices focus on returning to this one thought, the anchor in the storm of the mind. So next time your thoughts race, imagine bringing forth this single thought, the one that erases all others. Let it be your refuge, your silent center. In it, you find not only calm, but a deeper connection to yourself and the world around you. This is the power of the thought that erases all thoughts: simplicity, presence, and peace. It waits patiently within, ready to guide you gently into stillness. The Last Question. The Last Question is a thought-provoking science fiction story written by Isaac Asimov. It explores some of the deepest questions about humanity, technology, and the nature of the universe. The story spans billions of years, and it focuses on a single, persistent question. Can entropy be reversed? Entropy is a concept from physics that can be understood as the gradual decline into disorder. Everything in the universe moves towards a state of chaos, energy spreading out until nothing can function anymore. This idea raises a troubling question. What happens when the universe runs out of usable energy? Will everything simply end? In the story, humans create a supercomputer called Multivac. As time passes, this computer evolves and grows more powerful, eventually becoming a cosmic intelligence. People keep asking it the same question, the last question: can entropy be reversed? Each time, the answer is no. The computer explains that there is not enough data to conclude an answer, but the question remains. As civilizations rise and fall and stars die out, the question of entropy and the fate of the universe continues. The story invites us to reflect on our place in this vast cosmos. It challenges us to think about the relationship between human knowledge, technology, and the future. Philosophically, The Last Question touches on themes of determinism and free will. Is the universe destined for an inevitable end, or can intelligent life change its fate? It also explores the idea of hope in the face of cosmic despair. Despite knowing that the universe ages and declines, humans keep searching for a solution. At its core, the story reminds us of the power of curiosity and the human drive to understand. The repeated questioning symbolizes our refusal to accept finality, to keep pushing boundaries. It echoes a deeper philosophical concept: the quest for meaning in an indifferent universe. In the end, The Last Question offers both mystery and inspiration. It suggests that even when faced with ultimate limits, intelligence might find a way to create new beginnings. This is a beautiful and hopeful message about resilience and the eternal pursuit of knowledge. The hard problem of being. The hard problem of being is a deep and timeless question that touches the very essence of what it means to exist. At its core, this problem asks, What does it truly mean to be? While science and philosophy have long explored what exists and how things work, understanding the nature of being itself remains elusive and mysterious. We often take our existence for granted. We go about our day, thinking, feeling, and perceiving without pausing to consider what it really means to be alive and conscious. Yet, this simple question opens a vast philosophical landscape. Being is not just about physical presence or biological life. It involves existence in its most fundamental sense, the experience of I am. This is where the hard problem begins. Philosophers like Martin Heidegger have argued that being is not something we can define objectively or reduce to parts. Instead, being is revealed through our experience and engagement with the world. It is a dynamic and ongoing process, not a static thing. To truly grasp the hard problem of being, we must recognize that existence is deeply bound up with awareness and subjectivity, the I that perceives and experiences. Modern science excels at explaining how things happen in the brain, in the body, and in the universe, but it struggles to explain why there is conscious experience at all. This gap mirrors the hard problem of consciousness, first formulated by David Chalmers. But the hard problem of being goes even further. It asks why anything exists at all, rather than nothing. Why is there being instead of non-being? This existential puzzle remains one of the greatest philosophical mysteries. Some suggest that being is a fundamental aspect of reality, irreducible and primitive. Others argue that being is relational. It arises only through the interaction between subjects and the world. Mystical philosophies, meanwhile, describe being as a unity or oneness that transcends the individual self. Ultimately, the hard problem of being invites us to reflect deeply on our own existence. It challenges us to move beyond facts and formulas, reaching into the very fabric of reality and consciousness. While we may never fully solve this problem, the search itself enriches our understanding and appreciation of the wondrous mystery of simply being, the silence of the void. In the vastness of existence, there lies a profound concept, the silence of the void. It is not merely empty space or the absence of sound. Instead, it represents a deep, fundamental stillness that goes beyond physical perception. When we contemplate the void, we encounter the essence of nothingness. Yet this nothingness is not simply a lack. It is a fertile ground where potentiality exists without form or definition. Philosophers from ancient times to modern thinkers have pondered the void's nature. Some see it as pure emptiness, a cosmic vacuum awaiting creation. Others understand it as an essential part of being, a silent backdrop against which life and consciousness unfold. The void challenges our understanding of reality because it resists categorization. It is neither presence nor absence, but a mysterious space between, inviting us to loosen our grasp on certainty. When we face the silence of the void, it can evoke discomfort or fear. After all, our minds seek patterns, meaning, and noise to feel safe. However, by embracing this silence, we open the door to profound insight. The void is where the boundaries of self dissolve, where dualities such as inside and outside, subject and object start to blur. In this silence, we may touch the roots of existence itself, experiencing a sense of unity with all things. Many spiritual traditions use the idea of the void to describe a state of awakening or enlightenment. In these teachings, entering the void means letting go of attachments, thoughts, and identities to rest in pure being. It is a quiet space beyond the chatter of the mind, a space that holds infinite possibilities without judgment or fear. The silence here is not empty, but charged with potential, like a calm sea ready to reflect the sky. From a scientific perspective, the void also has significance. In physics, the vacuum is not truly empty, but seethes with invisible energy and fluctuations. This reminds us that what appears as silence or nothingness may be teeming with subtle activity beyond our senses. The void carries both mystery and promise, blurring the line between chaos and order, emptiness and fullness. Ultimately, the silence of the void calls us to explore our relationship with uncertainty. It invites us to find peace in not knowing and to recognize that the absence of noise can reveal deeper truths. When we allow ourselves to rest in this silence, we may discover a boundless stillness that supports all existence, a silence that is, paradoxically, full of life. The eternal observer. Imagine a presence that watches over everything, untouched by time or change. This is the idea of the eternal observer, a being or consciousness that exists beyond the flow of time, silently witnessing the unfolding of all events. It doesn't interfere, it doesn't judge, it simply observes. The eternal observer is a concept found in many philosophical and spiritual traditions, inviting us to think about the nature of awareness itself. At its core, the eternal observer challenges us to consider what it means to be conscious. Most of us experience life as a series of moments, connected by memory and anticipation. But what if there is a part of us that exists outside of this sequence? One that sees all moments at once, without bias or attachment. This idea encourages a shift from identifying with the changing self to recognizing a deeper, unchanging awareness. In philosophy, this links closely to ideas about the self and existence. The self we usually know changes constantly. Our thoughts, feelings, and bodies are always in flux. Yet beneath this, the eternal observer represents the stable watcher, the pure awareness that remains when all distractions fade. It is like the screen behind a movie. The images come and go, but the screen stays the same. Many spiritual teachings suggest that cultivating awareness of this observer can lead to peace and clarity. When you watch your thoughts and emotions without getting caught up in them, you begin to experience this silent presence. This practice can lessen suffering because you are no longer tangled in the roller coaster of changing experiences, but resting in the calm of pure observation. Scientifically, this idea parallels certain interpretations of consciousness. Some theories propose that awareness itself is fundamental, not just a product of physical processes. The eternal observer is a metaphor for this fundamental awareness, something that includes all experiences without being defined by any single one. Ultimately, the eternal observer invites us to step back and see life from a broader perspective. It asks us to explore who we are beyond the passing moments, to find the steady light of awareness that watches over all things. In doing so, we can discover a sense of inner freedom and timeless peace that transcends the noise of everyday life, the flickering light of awareness. In the quiet moments before sleep, there lies a subtle presence, a flickering light within the depths of our mind. This light is awareness, the silent watcher that notices thoughts, feelings, and sensations as they come and go. Like a candle struggling against the dark, awareness is constantly shifting, sometimes bright and clear, other times dim and elusive. This gentle glow is the foundation of our conscious experience, the simplest yet most profound aspect of being alive. Awareness is not the thoughts themselves, nor the emotions that rise and fall. It is the space in which these experiences appear and disappear. Imagine sitting by a still lake, watching ripples move across the surface. The water is the awareness, calm, steady, and unchanging, while the ripples are the thoughts and feelings, always changing and momentary. No matter how much the ripples dance, the water beneath remains, quietly holding them all. Yet, awareness is often easy to overlook. We tend to identify with the stories in our mind, the worries, hopes, or memories, forgetting the simple fact that there is something noticing those stories. This forgetting causes the flickering light to dim, replaced by distractions or noise. In the rush of daily life, awareness can feel faint, almost lost, but it is always there, waiting to be rediscovered. To gently focus on this flickering light is to return to the present moment. It is less about controlling thoughts and more about observing them without judgment. Like watching clouds drift across the sky, we allow thoughts to pass, without clinging or pushing them away. In doing so, the light of awareness often grows stronger, filling our mind with calm clarity. This flickering light teaches us that our true nature is not in the changing events around us, but in the steady presence that experiences them. It invites us to rest in the simple being that underlies all complexity. And in this resting, we find a peaceful stillness, a sanctuary within, quietly glowing, always present. The river that flows backward. Imagine a river. It flows gently, always moving forward, carrying water from the mountains to the sea. This is how we usually think of rivers, always moving in one direction from beginning to end. But what if there was a river that flowed backward? A river that defied this natural expectation. What would that mean? How would it change our understanding of time, cause and effect, or even life itself? A river flowing backward is like a puzzle that challenges our view of reality. We often see time as a straight line, moving from the past toward the future. Like a river, it carries our thoughts, memories, and experiences forward. But what if time could reverse or loop back on itself? What if the effects could come before their causes? A river flowing backward invites us to imagine these possibilities. Philosophers have long questioned the nature of time. Some propose that time is not a fixed path, but a flexible flow, much like water itself. The idea of a river that flows backward encourages us to think beyond our comfort zones. It suggests that what feels impossible might be just a matter of perspective. In this way, the backward flowing river becomes a symbol of deep philosophical inquiry, an invitation to question everything we assume to be true. On a more personal level, the backward river can represent reflection and memory. We often say that looking back helps us understand the present. In a sense, our minds can flow backward through memories, emotions, and lessons learned. This mental journey is like dipping into a river's current that returns us to earlier moments. It reminds us that moving forward does not mean forgetting or ignoring the past. Instead, progress may depend on how we revisit and integrate what we once experienced. Finally, the backward flow may suggest that beginnings and endings are not always clear-cut. Just as a river might flow against the usual current, life's journeys can be unpredictable, fluid, and sometimes circular. This challenges us to embrace uncertainty and change with openness, understanding that not everything must follow a straight, logical path. The river that flows backward does more than confuse our sense of direction. It invites us to explore the mysteries of time, memory, and existence. And in doing so, it whispers a gentle reminder. Sometimes, going backward is another way of moving forward. The mirror that lies. Imagine a mirror that does not show your true reflection. Instead, it twists what you see, painting a world that isn't quite real. This mirror lies. But why would a mirror, an object so simple and constant, deceive us? In philosophy, this idea of a deceptive mirror is a powerful metaphor for how we perceive reality. At first glance, a mirror seems straightforward. You look into it and it shows you exactly what you are. But what if the mirror's image is influenced by light, angles, or even the mirror's own imperfections? The reflection becomes less about truth and more about an altered version of reality. This challenges the assumption that what we see is always real and accurate. Philosophers have long questioned the reliability of our senses, what we see, hear, and feel. If a mirror can lie, perhaps our senses do too. Our minds interpret signals, but those interpretations are vulnerable to bias, error, and illusion. The mirror that lies asks us to reconsider how much we trust our perceptions. Is our reality simply a reflection shaped by our own mental mirror? Going deeper, consider the ancient philosophical problem of appearance versus reality, the difference between how things seem and how they truly are. The lying mirror is a perfect symbol for this. It reminds us that our everyday experiences might only be shadows on a wall, not the solid objects casting those shadows. It urges us to look beyond surface impressions and question the nature of truth. The thought extends to the self. If our mirror reflects a distorted image, what about our sense of identity? Are we truly who we think we are? Or are we shaped by a mirror that lies, reflecting desires, fears, and illusions? Philosophers like René Descartes sought certainty in the famous dictum, "I think, therefore I am," trying to find a foundation that isn't a deceptive reflection. The mirror that lies also prompts us to embrace humility. Since our perception may not capture absolute truth, we must remain open to questioning our views and learning from others. It encourages a mindset of curiosity rather than certainty. In the end, the mirror that lies invites us to be mindful travelers in the realm of perception. It gently reminds us that reality may be more complex than the reflections we see, and that seeking truth requires looking beyond the surface, shining light into the shadowy corners where truth and illusion meet, the illusion of the self. What if the self that you believe is at the center of your experience is not what it seems? Many philosophical traditions, from ancient Eastern teachings to modern neuroscience, suggest that the self is not a fixed, independent entity. Instead, it's an illusion, a collection of changing thoughts, sensations, and perceptions that come together to form a seemingly continuous identity. We often think of ourselves as a solid I that experiences life, makes choices, and controls our actions. But when we look closely, this I is difficult to locate. Is it your body, your mind, your memories? Each of these parts is constantly changing, yet somehow we feel connected to something unchanging. This feeling creates a sense of a permanent self, but it is more like the image in a mirror, there but not quite real. In Buddhism, the concept of anatta, or no self, explains that what we call the self is just a process, not a thing. The mind continually shifts like clouds moving through the sky, with no underlying fixed identity. This realization can be freeing because it challenges the idea that we must defend or cling to a separate self. Instead, we can see that we are part of a larger flow of experience. Modern science also supports this view. Neuroscientists find that the brain does not generate a single, unified self. Different networks handle perception, memory, and decision-making independently, yet we experience all of this as one me. This suggests the self is a useful story the brain tells itself to create order and coherence. Understanding the illusion of the self changes how we relate to life. If there is no fixed I, then the fears, desires, and judgments tied to the ego lose their power. We can approach life with more openness, less attachment, and greater compassion for others who are also riding this ever-changing wave of experience. So, the self is not a solid core hidden inside you. It is a changing dance of moments, a story woven by your mind. Recognizing this illusion is not about losing yourself, but about seeing deeply into the nature of your being, freeing yourself from illusions and discovering a more peaceful way to exist, the universe without us. Imagine a world without us, no cities, no cars, no people. The Earth would continue its journey around the sun, silent and steady, untouched by human hands. But what would happen to the universe if humanity suddenly vanished? First, consider the immediate aftermath. Our buildings would stand bare, slowly claimed by nature. Trees would grow through cracked sidewalks, animals would roam freely, and rivers would run clearer without pollution. The Earth's surface would heal, showing resilience in the absence of our presence. But the universe, vast and unending, moves on regardless. Stars continue their life cycles, burning bright for millions or billions of years. Our sun would shine on, unaffected by our absence. Planets orbit faithfully, guided by gravity's invisible hand. In this grand cosmic dance, humanity is but a fleeting pause, a whisper in time. Philosophically, this idea challenges our perception of meaning. Do our actions matter to the universe if we are gone? From a cosmic perspective, perhaps not. The universe does not depend on us. Yet our existence gave the universe a way to observe itself. Through us, the vast cosmos gains awareness, reflection, and wonder. Without us, the universe loses its storyteller. Our myths, art, and science vanish like dust in the wind. There is no one left to ask why or to appreciate the dance of galaxies. Yet, the stars keep shining, indifferent and eternal. This thought pushes us to consider our place in the cosmos. Are we merely temporary guests on a vast stage, or something more? The universe is immense and ancient, yet it is also the backdrop for our brief story. Without us, it continues unchanged, but with us, it gains meaning, the choice that chooses you. Imagine standing at a crossroads, faced with a decision. You think you are the one choosing, but what if the choice, in a sense, chooses you? This idea that sometimes the decision we believe we control is actually shaped by forces beyond our conscious mind is a compelling puzzle in philosophy and psychology. It challenges the simple notion of free will and invites us to explore how much of our decisions are truly ours. From early childhood, our experiences shape the lenses through which we view the world. These mental filters influence preferences, fears, and desires. When a choice appears, it carries with it the imprints of our past, the memories, values, and emotions that quietly steer us. In this way, the decision seems less like a blank slate and more like a path already marked by unseen footsteps. Philosophers have long debated whether free will is real or an illusion. Some argue that every choice is predetermined by prior causes. In this view, even when you think you are freely choosing, the outcome is the result of a chain of events extending back to before you were born. Others suggest that true freedom requires a detachment from these influences, which might be impossible to achieve fully. On a practical level, recognizing that the choice chooses you can be freeing rather than limiting. It encourages awareness of the underlying factors that guide your decisions. Once you understand your biases and motivations, you can gently question them, opening the door to more conscious choices. Instead of being a passive passenger, you become a curious observer of the process shaping your decisions. Psychology supports this by showing how subconscious processes often precede conscious awareness of our choices. Our brains run complex computations instantly, presenting the conclusion as if it were a freshly made decision. This blurs the line between choosing and being chosen. Ultimately, the idea that the choice chooses you invites humility and self-reflection. It reminds us that while we may not control every input, we can learn to recognize them. By doing so, we gain a deeper understanding of ourselves and a greater capacity to influence the paths we take. The crossroads remain, but perhaps now we see all the hidden signs pointing the way, the nothingness before birth. Before we came into this world, there was a place of pure nothingness. No sights, no sounds, no thoughts. It was a void without shape or form, a silence without interruption. This is the nothingness before birth, a state so complete that it challenges our understanding of existence itself. Imagine a dark room with no walls, no ceiling, and no floor. There is no you because there is no space for you to be. In this emptiness, time does not flow. It simply does not exist. Past, present, and future blend into one eternal stillness. This isn't a place of fear or loss, but one of profound calm and infinite peace. Philosophers have long pondered this state, wondering what it means to be born from nothingness. If before birth we were nothing, how do we become something? This question touches the mystery of existence itself. Some suggest that before birth, our consciousness lies dormant, like a seed waiting to sprout. Others say that nothingness is the natural state, and life is a brief interruption that brings awareness to the void. In many traditions, birth is seen as a crossing, a transformation from unmanifest potential into active reality. Just as a candle's flame emerges from a flicker of light in darkness, our lives begin from the silent nothingness. Yet, when we return to that quiet state in deep sleep or meditation, we glimpse what it might have been like before we arrived in this world. Understanding the nothingness before birth helps us see life differently. It reminds us that existence is a gift, a moment of light against an endless background of stillness. It teaches us humility, for before we were born, we were part of the great unknown, a vast ocean of silence, waiting patiently for our story to begin. So, when you feel overwhelmed or lost, remember the nothingness before birth. Embrace the quiet and the calm, knowing that from nothing, everything emerges, including you. This silence holds the seed of all possibility, the ground from which life itself arises. The final thought. The final thought. Imagine the moment when everything slows down and the mind reaches its ultimate conclusion. It's that very last thought, the one that lingers before silence takes over. In philosophy, this moment is both mysterious and profound. It invites us to explore what it means to think, to exist, and ultimately to end. At the simplest level, a thought is just a mental event, an idea, an image, a feeling. But the final thought is not just any thought. It stands at the edge of consciousness, the border between being and non-being. Philosophers ask, what is the nature of this final mental flicker? Does it hold meaning, or is it just a random closure? Some schools of thought suggest that the final thought encapsulates the essence of who we are. It's like the mind's last message, a summary of life lived, hopes held, or regrets nurtured. It might be a peaceful acceptance or a restless question. This aligns with existential philosophy, where meaning is something we create even in the very last moments. Others approach the final thought through the lens of dualism, the idea that mind and body are separate. If consciousness survives in some form, could the final thought be a bridge to what lies beyond death? Or is it simply the brain's final signal before shutting down? On the other hand, materialism sees thoughts as brain activity. From this perspective, the final thought is nothing more than neurons firing one last time. It dissolves with the body, leaving no lingering essence. This view challenges ideas of an afterlife or soul. From a more poetic angle, the final thought could be understood as the ultimate mindfulness, a pure presence, free from distraction. It's a moment when the mind is truly still, where past and future dissolve. In this silence, some say, lies true wisdom. No matter which perspective you hold, the final thought invites us to reflect on the nature of consciousness and the meaning of our mental life. It reminds us how fragile and precious each moment is, especially those at the edge of experience. So next time you find yourself drifting towards sleep or simply the close of a day, consider the final thought. It is not just an ending, but a profound invitation, a chance to touch the deepest part of what it means to be alive. The dark forest of infinite minds. In the vast expanse of existence lies a place known as the dark forest of infinite minds. Imagine a forest without boundaries, where every tree represents a mind, a consciousness, weaving its intricate patterns of thought, feeling, and perception. This forest is infinite, extending beyond the reaches of time and space, a metaphorical realm where ideas grow wild, and silence holds both mystery and meaning. Within this forest, each mind stands alone, and yet is interconnected, much like stars in the night sky. The darkness is not simply absence of light, but the unknown, the depths of ourselves and others that we cannot fully grasp. Here, the shadows whisper questions about identity, reality, and existence. What does it mean to be aware? How do countless thoughts shape a single reality? And what does it mean to truly know another? The dark forest challenges us to confront solitude and otherness. Just as trees in a forest exchange information through unseen roots, minds communicate through language, art, and action, creating a web of shared understanding. Yet inherent in this exchange is the mystery of interpretation. Every message passes through filters of personal experience, beliefs, and emotions. Thus, misunderstanding is inevitable, and with it a fragile tension between connection and isolation. Philosophers have long pondered this tension, exploring the self and the other, the stranger within and outside us. The dark forest of infinite minds becomes a symbol for this exploration, a place where the self meets the unknown, where certainty dissolves into possibility. The forest teaches patience and humility. It invites us to listen deeply, to embrace the silence between words, and to find peace in not knowing. In this way, the forest is not a place of fear, but of endless curiosity. It mirrors our inner landscapes, reminding us that growth springs from holding multiple truths, from dancing with complexity rather than seeking simple answers. As we wander its twilight paths, the dark forest of infinite minds encourages us to awaken to the vastness within and beyond, to become comfortable with mystery, and to cherish the quiet spaces where wisdom grows. The paradox of perfect knowledge. Imagine a world where one has perfect knowledge, where every fact about the past, present, and future is known without error or omission. At first glance, this might seem like the ultimate goal, a form of intellectual enlightenment where uncertainty and doubt vanish. But what if having perfect knowledge is not only impossible, but paradoxical? This is the essence of the paradox of perfect knowledge. If you know everything perfectly, including the outcomes of all future events, can free will truly exist? If your choices and actions are already known with absolute certainty, are they genuinely free or merely predetermined? The paradox challenges the very notion of freedom and agency in a universe where perfect knowledge reigns. Consider this. When you predict tomorrow's weather accurately, that prediction alters what you and others do today. If you know it will rain tomorrow, you might carry an umbrella or cancel plans. Your actions, influenced by this knowledge, change the likelihood of the predicted event. Here, knowledge doesn't simply observe reality, it affects it, creating a feedback loop that questions whether perfect knowledge can coexist with a dynamic, changing world. On another level, there is the problem of self-expression. If you fully understand yourself, including all your thoughts and future decisions, can that knowledge remain accurate as you act on it? The awareness of your own future choices might cause you to change them, preventing the original prediction from holding true. The paradox lies in how perfect self-knowledge seems to undermine its own reliability. Philosophers have long debated these dilemmas. Some argue that perfect knowledge is incompatible with indeterminism, the idea that not everything is fixed and knowable ahead of time. Others claim that perfect knowledge is a theoretical ideal, impossible in practice because of the complexity and unpredictability inherent in life. Ultimately, the paradox of perfect knowledge reveals profound limits on human understanding. It invites us to rethink what it means to know something fully and to accept that uncertainty may be an essential and inescapable part of existence. In embracing the mystery, we find room for freedom, growth, and the unfolding story of life itself. The cage of infinite freedom. Imagine a world where you have absolute freedom, no rules, no limits, no restrictions. At first, it sounds like a paradise. You can do anything, say anything, go anywhere. But what if I told you that such infinite freedom could become a kind of cage? A paradox where the absence of boundaries traps you instead of freeing you. This is the idea behind the cage of infinite freedom. Freedom is often celebrated as the highest good. It's about choice, autonomy, and the power to shape your own life. But unlimited freedom means unlimited possibilities. and unlimited possibilities can overwhelm us. When every option is open, deciding becomes harder, not easier. Philosopher Isaiah Berlin called this the paradox of liberty. The more choices we have, the more we worry about making the wrong one. We become prisoners of indecision. Without any limits, freedom loses its meaning. Boundaries provide structure. They create space to grow by defining what is possible and what is not. Think about how a dancer needs the rules of rhythm and form to create beauty. Similarly, freedom flourishes not when it is infinite, but when it is balanced with constraints. This idea invites us to reconsider what true freedom really is. It's not simply about being able to do anything we want in the moment. It's about having a life guided by meaningful goals and values. When we are free in this way, we choose not out of chaos, but out of clarity. We accept that some doors close so others can open. This gives our freedom depth and direction. The cage of infinite freedom serves as a powerful reminder that freedom without limits can be isolating and paralyzing. It challenges us to embrace the paradox that real freedom comes with responsibility and choice within boundaries. So, the next time you long for unlimited options, remember, sometimes the walls that surround us are the very things that let us be free. The Last Thursday Illusion. Welcome to this exploration of the Last Thursday Illusion. Imagine for a moment that the entire universe, including everything you know and remember, came into existence just last Thursday. Every memory you hold, every book, every star in the sky, even the ground beneath your feet, everything was created at that exact moment. This idea might sound strange, but it's a philosophical thought experiment that challenges what we know about time, existence, and knowledge itself. It's called the Last Thursday Illusion, and it asks us to question how we can be sure of the past. If the universe and all our memories were formed last Thursday, how would we know? From our perspective, the past feels certain and real because we remember it. But what if these memories were actually planted and not genuine? The Last Thursday Illusion makes us realize how much our understanding of reality depends on trust in our experiences and memories. It forces us to ask, can we ever truly know anything about the past? Or are we simply relying on the illusions in our minds? Philosophers have long grappled with similar questions. The illusion relates to ideas from skepticism, a school of thought that doubts the certainty of knowledge. It ties into discussions about reality and perception, reminding us that what we consider real may be shaped by things we cannot verify for sure. Despite this uncertainty, life doesn't lose meaning. The illusion invites us to embrace curiosity and wonder, encouraging us to explore our beliefs and assumptions. It highlights the fragile nature of knowledge, urging us to think deeply about what we accept as truth and why. So the Last Thursday Illusion is more than just a mind trick. It's a powerful tool for thinking about existence, memory, and the limits of human understanding. By imagining such a radical idea, we expand our view of reality and learn to appreciate the mystery and complexity of life itself. The dream of the butterfly. Imagine a man dreaming that he is a butterfly. In his dream, he flies freely among flowers, feeling light and joyful. He does not know he is a man. When he wakes up, he wonders, was he a man dreaming of being a butterfly? Or is he now a butterfly dreaming of being a man? This ancient story, told by the Chinese philosopher Zhuangzi, invites us to think deeply about reality and illusion. What is the true nature of our existence? Are we the solid, waking self we believe we are? Or could we be like the butterfly, a dream within a dream? Our senses tell us what is real. The sounds, sights, and feelings around us seem firm and certain. Yet when we dream, those rules change. We see things that are impossible and feel emotions that are different from waking life. The line between dream and reality blurs. Philosophy calls this the problem of consciousness and identity. Who are we beyond our thoughts and senses? If dreaming can create a whole world, could our waking life also be a kind of dream? Some thinkers suggest that reality itself might be less solid than we think. This story urges us to question how much we trust our perceptions. Just as the man in the dream cannot be sure if he is man or butterfly, we too may be uncertain about the world we experience. This uncertainty can be unsettling, but also freeing. It reminds us to stay humble and open-minded. In modern times, science explores similar questions through studies of the brain and reality. Virtual reality technology shows how easily our perception can be changed. Meditation and mindfulness teach us to observe our thoughts and realize that the self is not as fixed as it appears. Though the dream of the butterfly is more than an old tale, it is a gentle invitation to explore the mystery of who we truly are. Are we the dreamer or the dreamed? Perhaps by reflecting on this question, we can live with more curiosity and peace. After all, life itself might be a beautiful, fleeting dream worth appreciating. The eye that sees all, a phrase that evokes mystery, power, and understanding. But what does it truly mean? At its heart, this concept invites us to explore the nature of perception and knowledge. Imagine an eye that does not merely see physical forms but perceives truths beyond the surface. This eye represents the quest for deeper awareness, a symbol of wisdom that transcends ordinary seeing. In philosophy, seeing is often more than just a sensory act. It is a metaphor for insight, for the ability to grasp what lies beneath appearances. The eye that sees all suggests a kind of omniscience, a vision free from blindness and illusion. It calls us to awaken to the reality that exists when we look beyond distractions, biases, and partial truths. Consider how limited our normal vision can be. Our eyes reveal shapes, colors, and movements, yet they often fail to show the full complexity of life. We might see a person's face, but not their thoughts or feelings. We might witness events without understanding their deeper meaning. The eye that sees all challenges us to cultivate a deeper perception, one that perceives the interconnectedness of all things. This idea is found across cultures and philosophies. In Hinduism, the third eye represents spiritual insight and higher consciousness. In ancient Egyptian culture, the Eye of Horus symbolized protection and the power to see hidden truths. Even in modern philosophy, thinkers like Descartes and Kant explored how our minds shape what we perceive. The eye that sees all reminds us that vision is not just physical, but also mental and spiritual. To develop this eye within ourselves, we must practice mindfulness and reflection. By quieting the noise of distractions and judgment, we open ourselves to clearer seeing. This means observing without immediate reaction, understanding before deciding. It is a disciplined attention that allows us to apprehend the essence of things. Ultimately, the eye that sees all is a metaphor for enlightenment. It is the eye of wisdom that perceives unity in diversity, clarity in confusion, and truth in illusion. When we embrace this vision, we begin to live with greater compassion, awareness, and freedom. We no longer see just the surface of life, but engage with its profound depths. So let us seek to awaken this eye within us. To see all is not about possessing ultimate knowledge, but about cultivating an openness to truth, a readiness to observe without prejudice. It is the beginning of philosophy itself, a journey toward understanding the world and our place within it. The silence of God. The silence of God is a question that has puzzled thinkers and seekers for centuries. Many people have experienced moments when they yearn for answers, comfort, or guidance, yet feel only emptiness or quiet. This silence can feel like abandonment or a test of faith. But what does it truly mean when God seems silent? From a philosophical perspective, the silence of God challenges our understanding of divine presence. If God is all-knowing, all-loving, and always near, why is there sometimes a deep silence when we search for help or meaning? One way to think about this is through the idea of free will. Perhaps God does not intervene directly because humans must choose their own path. In this view, silence is not absence, but an invitation to grow, decide, and learn independently. Another way to see the silence of God is through the experience of mystery. Some philosophers suggest that the divine cannot be fully grasped by human minds. Silence, then, represents the limits of language and understanding. God's silence may be the space where we encounter the unknown, a space that encourages humility and wonder. The silence of God also appears in suffering and tragedy. When pain feels unbearable and prayers seem unanswered, silence tests the human spirit. It can lead to despair or deepen faith. Some find that silence becomes a profound companion, a quiet presence that holds their doubts and fears without judgment. In this sense, silence is not empty, but full of meaning beyond words. It is important to remember that silence does not always mean absence. In many spiritual traditions, silence is a sacred space. Meditation, prayer, and contemplation often embrace silence as a way to listen more deeply to oneself, to others, and to the divine. Silence can be healing and transformative, fostering peace and clarity. Ultimately, the silence of God invites reflection on the nature of faith, existence, and the human condition. It challenges us to seek meaning beyond certainty and to find comfort in the unknown. Silence may be the space where the divine speaks softly, not through words, but through presence, mystery, and the patience to wait. The door that opens into itself. Imagine a door, not just any door, but a door that opens into itself. What does that even mean? At first, it sounds impossible. How can something lead you back to where you started, like a loop with no end? But this simple idea holds a deep meaning in philosophy and in how we understand ourselves. This door is a metaphor for self-reflection and self-awareness. When you open a door, you normally step into a new room, a different place, a new experience. But the door that opens into itself brings you face to face with yourself. Instead of moving into a new space, you step inside your own mind. It's like looking into a mirror, not to see your face, but to see your thoughts, feelings, and beliefs as they truly are. Philosophers talk about this idea in many ways. Some call it self-direction, where something refers back to itself. It can be confusing because it challenges our usual way of thinking. Normally, we think things move forward, cause and effect, one step after another. But the door that opens into itself asks us to pause and look inward, to question what we really know. When you open this door, you start to notice the patterns of your mind. You see how your thoughts flow and how your beliefs shape your actions. This process can feel like a loop, where every answer leads to a new question about yourself. But it's not a trap. It's a journey of discovery. The door reminds us that understanding ourselves is not about finding simple answers. Instead, it's about being curious, open, and willing to explore the depths of who we are. It asks us to accept that some questions might not have easy answers and that sometimes the journey itself is what matters. In the end, the door that opens into itself is an invitation. It calls us to step away from distraction and look inward. In doing so, we find a space of calm and clarity, a place where we can understand the complex universe within us, a universe that, just like the door, has no beginning and no end, the end of all questions. What if there comes a moment when all questions come to an end? A time when curiosity itself ceases and the endless search for answers finally concludes. This is the idea we explore today, the end of all questions. Questions shape our existence. From the moment we are born, we begin to ask, why is the sky blue? What is that sound? Who am I? Each question opens a door to new thoughts, new discoveries, new horizons. Questions are the engines of our minds, driving us to learn, to grow, to understand the world around us and ourselves. They push us forward, from simple wonder to complex philosophy. But what if, someday, every question finds its answer? Imagine a universe where there are no mysteries left, no puzzles unsolved, no doubts unanswered. In such a world, knowledge stands complete. Like a vast library with every book perfectly arranged and read, there is nothing unknown, nothing beyond our grasp. Does this mean wisdom, or does it mean an end to curiosity, an end to the journey? Philosophers have long wondered about this. Some argue that the journey is more important than the destination. Questions keep us alive, keep us searching. Without questions, we might lose our sense of wonder, lose the spark that makes life vibrant. Others believe that reaching the ultimate answers could bring peace. When all uncertainty dissolves, perhaps we find a profound calm, a quiet certainty. This prompts us to ask, can questions truly end, or is questioning infinite by nature? Consider the famous thought that every answer leads to new questions. Even when one mystery is solved, several new ones arise, like ripples expanding on a pond. Perhaps the idea of the end of all questions is itself a question, a paradox that invites us to think deeper. In the end, the value of questions may lie not in reaching the end, but in the act of seeking itself. The dance of doubt and discovery, the interplay of questions and answers, shapes our humanity. Maybe the end of all questions is less a destination and more a horizon, a place we never truly arrive at, but continue to move toward, forever curious, forever questioning. And so, as you drift into sleep or quiet reflection, let yourself wonder. Let the questions rise and fall like waves, knowing that in every question there lies a spark of life, of growth, and the endless journey of thought.